lado trabajamos la cultura de paz, con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas, como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa, y acá se puede ver de forma tangible. Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De ahí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OAS y de ahí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that police in Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for...
Bill from Canada. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It doesn't matter where they come from.
Por un lado, trabajamos la cultura de paz, con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas, como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa. Y acá se puede ver de forma tangible.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that police in Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation, and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact. We have come a long way. But still have much work to do. "70 years ago, an inter-American dream and promise was enshrined in the OAS Charter. We can deliver on this promise. Our future leaders are counting on us."
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Por un lado, trabajamos la cultura de paz, con actividades culturales, con actividades artísticas, como se puede ver, con música como está sonando, pero también por nuestra propia presencia, porque somos básicamente una organización que trabaja el concepto de paz de manera activa, y acá se puede ver de forma tangible.
nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
We make small advances from day to day, whether it's organizing community contacts across the adjacency line, teaching music, building a school, or coordinating between the two countries' armed forces. We are constantly present, working on the implementation and execution of confidence-building measures. With the support of the OAS, we truly believe that police in Guatemala are closer than ever to finding a permanent solution to their centuries-old conflict.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Development cooperation has always been a priority for the OAS. The OAS SETI works with all member states to identify common challenges and define solutions through policy dialogue, which is transformed into action through technical cooperation initiatives. Policy dialogue is central to our work in development. The OAS SETI convenes development leaders in 11 ministerial meetings and high-level processes on priority areas such as competitiveness, labor, education, among others. Technical cooperation initiatives emerge from ongoing dialogue and are therefore established with built-in political support. All of our actions place people at the center, generating a multiplier effect in the region. We enhance human capacity by working with key stakeholders. This strengthens institutions, improving policies and programs, benefiting millions of people in the Americas. Our ability to deliver results relies on broad collaboration. Partnerships for Development, Cooperación Solidaria, is a unique OAS concept which recognizes that each member state, regardless of its size, wealth, or level of development, has value to share and can learn from others. This concept also includes close collaboration with other partners, amplifying our reach and impact. As we mark 70 years of work on development, we take a look back. This long evolution, driven by member states, has fine-tuned our unique model to support inter-American development. Today, all of our efforts fall into 5 strategic priorities: inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development, education and human development, decent work for all, development cooperation and partnerships. These are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional attainment of the 2030 Agenda. These priorities are also areas where the OAS SETI has extensive experience and proven impact.
Confirm quorum. We have right now Argentina, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Uruguay, and Venezuela. We can confirm quorum, Chairman.
Thank you, AG. Mes salutations à tous. Je déclare ouverte cette séance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I now call to order this virtual regular meeting of the Permanent Council. Before we begin our work today, on behalf of the Permanent Council, I would like to present our sincere congratulations to the government and people of Argentina and Guyana on the occasion of their national days, which were celebrated on May 25th and 26th, respectively. I would like to remind delegations, and I thank you in advance for your comprehension, that we must abide by the provisions of Article 46 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, which states as follows: statements by members of the Permanent Council and officials participating in its meetings shall, in each case, be limited to 10 minutes. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, we will now proceed to approve the draft order of business for this meeting, which is in document CP/OD 2286/20. Since there are no comments, this order of business is approved. So approved. Point 2, I would like to welcome the distinguished speakers here with us today, who will present firsthand information on support offered by the Inter-American Defense Board for COVID-19 pandemic resilience. I would like to wish a very warm welcome to the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, to the chairman of the Inter-American Defense Board's Council of Delegates, Lieutenant General Luciano Jose Pena from the Brazilian Army. Lieutenant General, you have the floor. Ambassadors, Secretary General, Ambassador Charles, representative of Haiti and chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, ambassadors of the Council, members of the Organization of American States, a very good afternoon. Before I begin my presentation on the role of the Inter-American Defense Board in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, on behalf of the leaders of the Inter-American Defense Board, I would like to thank Ambassador Charles and other members of the Council for this opportunity to speak about the work that the board is doing to support its member states in minimizing the effects of this crisis. I would also like to express solidarity with all those who know individuals who lost their lives during this health crisis. We are going to follow the agenda that you see on the screen. I would like to start my presentation by talking about the World Economic Forum and the risk analysis and the threats that may upset the world in the decade to come. As you can see in the column on the left, the pandemic was not predicted, and experts did not predict either the extent of this pandemic. And therefore, the coronavirus was a surprise to everyone, to specialists, governments, and the rapid spread of the virus meant that we had to implement emergency measures around the world. The board implemented two important initiatives to cooperate with member states during the crisis: a virtual seminar on military challenges in times of crisis, and we also carried out research on what armed forces in the hemisphere is doing to fight COVID-19 and exchange best practices with member states of the OAS. Now we are going to speak about the virtual seminar on military challenges in times of crisis. The board, supported by the Inter-American Defense College and its Council of Delegates, carried out a webinar on what is going on in the Western Hemisphere in terms of the armed forces. There was wide participation from the OAS, the board, and other guests from the public and private sectors, as well as academia and specialists who spoke about other hemispheric challenges related to the pandemic: cyber defense, cybersecurity, organized crime, and border security. We also spoke about what the armed forces are doing to address the pandemic. We exchanged information to promote collaboration and also to exchange best practices and policies to respond to the pandemic. We will also discuss the following aspects. The coronavirus is not just a health crisis, it has an impact on every sector. Therefore, armed forces in the hemisphere need to present a multidimensional approach using technological tools which are indispensable for helping to mitigate the pandemic. The goal is to maintain the level of readiness and response, limit the propagation of the virus through military efforts, and some of the main challenges for the armed forces are cuts in strategic planning, and these affect operations and have an effect of reducing budgets. There have been also many cyber attacks since the pandemic began, and many of these are adjusting their tactics so that they can have maximum effect. And this has had a significant impact on the economy. And we need to assign resources to this so that we can better face these attacks. Cyber espionage is also an issue, and systems need to be protected. With regard to transnational organized crime, borders are also very important because we see what's going on with drug trafficking, arms trafficking, production of illegal drugs. All of this has been affected due to issues regarding inputs, and there's been a significant increase in fraud, extortion, and other activities that transnational organized crime is involved in, and this has had an effect on many states in the hemisphere. Many operations are underway to fight drug trafficking, to interrupt the flow of drugs, and this requires multilateral cooperation.
E as forças de segurança estão apurando as respostas de seus países à pandemia, ao mesmo tempo em que enfrentam novos desafios, desafios esses sem precedentes para continuar cumprindo a sua missão. O Hemisfério Ocidental
new essential for dealing with this, continue working in an integrated manner in the face of the emerging challenges. The coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the importance of sharing information and the importance of the inter-American system and cooperation as a whole. Another important initiative of the board was to ask the member countries to transmit good practices in the use of their armed forces. And this is a situation that we're exploring as of now. Actions were taken, military actions, to support control measures using personnel and material, or deploying them quickly, expanding the capacity to attend to the illness by establishing field hospitals and medical posts to cover and treat patients with COVID-19. Also, hospital ships, Navy hospital ships were deployed in order to cover the most vulnerable populations. Also, military actions were taken to support measures to control mobility and to ensure social distancing. In addition, air transport operations, bringing supplemental air personnel and providing humanitarian assistance and repatriation of citizens. In order to get people to go back to their places of birth. The military industry and science and technology of the armed forces are working to support national interests as the import of many essential products was restricted in the international market, which is quite competitive. We can highlight the production of the following items which are fundamental at this time: masks for protection, alcohol and gel, medicines, ventilators and respirators at low cost, and isolation cameras for coronavirus patients, summing up the efforts with the basic industries of each country. The armed forces reinforced border controls since many countries opted to close their borders. The armed forces were also used in bringing a humanitarian assistance to vulnerable populations by distributing food and basic necessities. Mindful of the needs of the most vulnerable population, we have also provided support with in the form of military units that are specialized in chemical, bacteriological, radiological, and nuclear defense. In particular, Argentina and Brazil have units with the greatest capacities in this regard. These mainly disinfected areas for common use in large cities. Among other actions carried out by the armed forces, we can also cite the Mexican action through the Ministry of Defense, which recruited health personnel, physicians, and nurses already retired in order to bolster the response capacity to serve the needs of the population. In addition, the Peruvian army also called reservists up, strengthening its capacity for internal control to support the national police. The armed forces of the hemisphere also adopted lines of action to protect their human resources, implementing preventive measures using personal protective equipment and through work of disinfecting and social isolation. We would now like to present some of the conclusions regarding the participation of the armed forces in the COVID-19 pandemic. The armed forces have been reaffirmed as one of the leading institutions of the response in the case of complex emergencies and disasters. Even though the main direction of the response to the pandemic is in the field of health, the support of the armed forces has been essential for bolstering the health capacities and the capacity to react, and also for adequate, quick, and effective logistical support. The Armed Forces response has been interagency, working in close collaboration with government authorities to ensure an appropriate and coordinated response. The use of the military industry and research centers for generating new products has proven very significant. In most of the member states, the use of the military industry has been seen as an important supplemental means of production for essential items, given scarcities in the international market. And Also, there's been a positive impact on the image of the armed forces in our hemisphere. It's been highly positive. By way of final considerations, we reaffirm that the obligation of our armed forces as permanent state institutions of the countries to serve their peoples, working together with society to face this difficult moment. To that end, we must have modern dual-use technologies and human resources that are fully trained. I should also mention that the immersion of the board in these topics of interest is a valuable opportunity for us to be able to provide quality advisory services that allow the OAS to carry out its responsibility vis-a-vis the member states. In this way, the board reaffirms its commitment to continue placing its full capacity and professionalism at the disposal of the attainment of the priority objectives of the OAS and its member states. Thank you very much. Is that, have you concluded then the presentation? It's now my pleasure to invite the Major General James Taylor of the board to address the Permanent Council. General, you have the floor.
Excellency, Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the opportunity to make this report to the Permanent Council. I'm pleased to inform you that your college continued its degree program uninterrupted during this pandemic. We transitioned from presence-based education to distance education, and we continued to host hemispheric level conferences, workshops, exercises, and seminars. We increased our bandwidth, and we expanded our virtual platforms, and we continued our tradition of academic excellence. And I'm delighted to report that we have not had any cases of COVID-19 among our students or our staff. Next, please. We've organized our report into 3 sections, and our purpose is to present you with the conclusions of the Western Hemisphere Situation Conference and our academic analysis of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, please. As an international organization, the OAS can be very proud of what was achieved during this conference. It was the first ever in history hemispheric level, completely virtual, distributed academic conference. Nobody was physically present. Everyone was virtual. The audience participated in their homes. The speakers participated virtually from their homes or places of business. The interpreters supported the conference from their homes. Information technology support was distributed and virtual. The moderator orchestrated the discussion from his home. It was 100% virtual, and it involved 9 countries from the hemisphere. And at least 121 people participated in each of our lectures. And following the conference, the students spent a week analyzing the themes that each of the speakers addressed. And they addressed issues throughout our hemisphere by region on political, economic, social, and cultural, defense, or security topics. And in their academic work, the students reacted to the issues raised by the speakers and sought to generate solutions and recommendations that would apply across government, local authorities, and hemispheric organizations. Next slide, please. So in these next 2 slides, I'll show the speakers, the region they focused on, and the theme of their presentation. Speakers were known experts in their field, and Secretary Almagro's presentation was particularly valuable in helping the students place these problems in the context of the inter-American system. Next, please. One of the exceedingly tangible benefits of the OAS having its own college is the opportunity that a location where academic freedom is observed and enforced brings to the generation of shared understanding. That occurred at this conference, as it does in all of our events. A non-attribution environment where people can speak their minds with impunity is absolutely essential to education, and I believe it's priceless for people who are trying to solve complex problems that involve multiple countries in our hemisphere. Next, please. So 6 themes surfaced in this 5-day conference. The first is that in some countries of our hemisphere, institutions need strengthening, and commitment to the rule of law needs to be reaffirmed. Improved governance will help with stability and sustainable progress. The second is an affirmation of the continuous need for ethical and responsible leadership at all levels of government. There's a need for leadership that places service above self and is resistant to corruption. The third is the importance of democracy. Several speakers highlighted that democratic governance, although problematic in some instances, is the best form of government that we have. And the fourth was the critical impact that COVID-19 is having on the countries of the hemisphere. This crisis is far from over, and the scope of its impact is, as of yet, unknown. But COVID-19 is assessed to be a defining point in the trajectory of countries. The fifth is the impact of transnational organized crime. Several speakers highlighted the need to get this under control, highlighting statistics that show the negative effect that it is having in our hemisphere on our sustainable progress. And last, several speakers presented data highlighting an emerging economic crisis in our hemisphere associated with the impact of the pandemic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have published proceedings of this conference on our website, publications.iadc.edu, and we invite all interested in taking the opportunity to download and review them and to do so freely. Next slide, please. So let me now shift gears to present you all an academic analysis of this pandemic. To begin, I want to highlight our crisis action team. We organized this element to be the single point of contact on all matters related to the pandemic. And we're fortunate at the college to have a staff comprised mainly of individuals for whom disaster and crisis response is actually a matter of routine. We have planners and we have strategists. We have researchers and we have academics, and all are world class. And they produce content in the 4 languages of the hemisphere. And they ingest the information from the various stakeholders involved in crisis response, and they glean that relevant information, they analyze it, and they publish it. And so we invite all to visit our website for any information you might desire about the virus. You'll find the information you need that ranges from policy guidance to specific things that individuals can do to stay resilient in the face of this crisis. And the information that I'm about to present to you is their analysis. Next slide, please. So some lessons and perspectives can be drawn from comparing the COVID-19 pandemic to the flu pandemics that have occurred since 1889. So to date, we are around 350,000 deaths due to COVID-19 in the world. And as we compare COVID-19 with the results of the impact of flu throughout history, we see that the mitigation efforts that have been applied across the globe have kept the number of fatalities down and have certainly prevented COVID-19 from surging to the levels of the Russian, the Spanish, the Asian, or the Hong Kong flu. Thankfully, the world has not seen anything as severe as the pandemic influenza of 1918. Yet, the observations, insights, and lessons learned of the 1918 pandemic are essential for us to consider. We need to learn from these lessons so that we do not repeat the mistakes that were made back then. And if we learn from them, perhaps we can keep the mortality impact of the COVID-19 pandemic low. Next slide, please. Now, some individuals have expressed an opinion in the media as to whether or not the countries of the world have overreacted in their crisis mitigation response, since COVID-19 numbers are only now beginning to approach those of a regular seasonal flu. They note that an individual is statistically more likely to be infected with the seasonal flu than he or she is with COVID-19. But the difference between the seasonal flu and COVID-19, however, lies in its lethality. It is significantly more lethal than the seasonal flu. And when it strikes the vulnerable populations, it is brutal. And society does have a moral and ethical obligation to protect vulnerable populations. And historically, our greatest successes in addressing a pandemic lies in our ability to collaborate and come together as global partners, such as was done with Ebola and with smallpox. Next slide, please. So the flu pandemic of 1918 indeed represents a worst case scenario. It hit the world at a very challenging time. We were in a world war. Malnutrition was rampant. Antibiotics and antivirals were not widely available like they are today. And governments actually censored information about the impact of the flu due to security considerations. So leaders were not dealing with the most accurate information. And in the United States, 65,000 soldiers were victims of this influenza. In fact, one of our buildings that comprise our college campus actually played a role in the mitigation efforts of this pandemic. What is worth noting in this pandemic is that it occurred in 3 waves, which you can see in the lower right corner of this slide. And after people applied physical distancing or non-pharmaceutical interventions, the first wave decreased. And then they stopped applying the physical distancing measures. And 4 months later, the second wave hit. And the second wave was worse. In this pandemic, it was the second wave that caused the most deaths. And they occurred in the most densely populated areas of countries. And 3 months after the second wave passed through, there was a third wave. Now, the third wave was not as bad as the second wave, but it was worse than the first wave. Now, all of the models for COVID-19 are showing a second wave that is scheduled to hit in the late fall or the early winter. And none of the models suggest that it will be any less impactful than the first wave. And so there are some lessons to be learned from the physical distancing efforts that were applied during the pandemic of 1918. Next slide, please. Some of the powerful lessons of the pandemic of 1918 are the lessons of the way that states applied physical distancing and how they opened up when they began to lessen the mitigation measures. Conduct of a parade in Philadelphia resulted in a spike that overcame the medical capacity of that city. Now, although the city recognized the error and closed down afterwards, it was too late. Further examples of St. Louis, San Francisco, and Denver showed that adherence to physical distancing flattened the curve and reduced fatalities. In every instance, within 2 to 8 weeks of relaxing these non-pharmaceutical interventions, a second wave was sparked. The 1918 pandemic shows that non-pharmaceutical interventions applied early are effective, and they do not have to be draconian. But they do, however, need to be used throughout the key milestones of the virus contagion curve. Next slide, please. Now, the Singapore University of Technology and Design has developed a predictive model of the COVID-19 pandemic that has proved to be reasonably accurate. And they recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic is a complex or a wicked problem, and it's uncertain by nature. And that uncertainty is rooted in the many unknown unknowns about the contagious virus itself and the complexity, the heterogeneity, and the dynamism of human behaviors, of government interventions, and of testing protocols. And they took all of this into account in their modeling. And the University of Washington developed an independent model that yielded results similar to those of the Singapore model. Now, it's the work of these two universities that will underpin my concluding thoughts. Next slide, please. So the charts on the left represent the reported case count, and the diagrams on the right reflect the predictive model of where the virus contagion curve will be in different countries of the hemisphere. Now, from these data, we can observe that the United States passed its peak and is on the downside of its contagion curve and should be starting to come out of the initial wave around the 1st of August, provided it maintains its current mitigation model. Canada and Mexico should be peaking this week, with Peru peaking around the 10th of May. Brazil is predicted to peak around the 1st of June. Now, these models suggest that some elements of the hemisphere should still be experiencing the latter part of the first wave around the 1st of August. And one of the critical considerations of decision makers will be the balance of non-pharmaceutical interventions that they employ and the capacity of their healthcare systems to be able to treat casualties. Next slide, please. Now, these slides show a more detailed model for the United States and Brazil. Actual case data is shown in the bar graphs, and the modeling curve is shown in red. Now, the predictive models for the United States suggest that they reached the inflection point and began the downward trend of the first wave on the 17th of April. And if the United States sustains non-pharmaceutical interventions, the wave should end around the 6th of July. Now, by comparison, Brazil is still progressing along the growth side of the contagion curve, and under current conditions should reach its inflection point at the end of May. And under current non-pharmaceutical interventions, Brazil should reach the end of the first wave mid-August. Next slide, please. Now, there are many lessons that we can apply from the behavior of the COVID-19 contagion and the pandemic influenza of 1918 and the other SARS virus family. All of these data suggest that we are in a long game with this virus. And until a vaccine is developed and widely distributed, the models indicate that we are looking at a series of waves through 2022, with the second wave coming in the fall. Now, our societies will be faced with constant reseeding of the virus into areas that had emerged from the contagion curve. So the extinction of this virus is unlikely. Now, the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy has published 3 long game models according to the way that the virus has been propagating throughout the world. And these scenarios all suggest a sustained and high economic cost with differing degrees of casualty counts, and they're shown on the right. The first possibility is a series of sustained peaks and valleys, all of which have about the same scope occurring throughout the world, wherein the virus is routinely and systematically reseeded into areas due to human interaction and crowd dynamics. The second possibility is one that follows the model of the pandemic influenza of 1918, where there is a massive second wave in the fall that is significantly larger in scope than the first wave. And the concern with this scenario is that it will assuredly exceed the medical capacity of the preponderance of the countries of the world. And the last possibility is one in which, after the first wave, there's a series of successive waves that are smaller in scope and are entirely within the management capability of the local healthcare systems. And this is certainly a best case scenario in that it is manageable by the countries involved. Now, these models can be influenced and mitigated by the development and delivery of an effective vaccine or the discovery of an effective treatment methodology. And what we all hope to avoid is a black swan event where the conditions align to create a perfect storm like that which occurred in the pandemic of 1918, where the casualty rate spiked to 20 million in a massive second wave because of how the circumstances were aligned and how people opened up. Next slide, please. Well, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, the more available that countries make the data will result in the more academic and scientific study on this issue. And the more that we collaborate on this complex international problem, the more successful we will be in solving it. And this collaboration and study will give us a better understanding of which predictive long game model will actually apply to our hemisphere. And it will allow our countries to develop the policies and employ the resources necessary to mitigate this global pandemic successfully. So, Excellency, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your time and stand ready to answer any questions.
My apologies for that slight delay. There was a technical issue. Thank you very much to the director of the Inter-American Defense College for that presentation. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Professor Guillermo Pacheco Gaitan, Security and Defense Policy Consultant. Sir, you have the floor. Mr. Pacheco, could you please request the floor? Ask the technician. We'll wait a minute so that Mr. Pacheco can come back online. Mr. Pacheco, could you release the mic and ask for the floor once again? Now we can see you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to share my screen with you. Clearly, the world is changing. There's no doubt that it has been changing and that this is a time of change. And we can see this because we are having a virtual regular meeting of the Permanent Council, and this shows us how we need to get used to working and living and interacting with one another. This will be done differently within the OAS. And the OAS has been making this effort, and we can see how these changes are manifesting and how we are dealing with this new reality. This is what we are experiencing, this new normal. What has been the political impact of COVID-19 and the vision of the board, which is a defense institution, as well as the Defense College? We should not forget that we are living in a turbulent world. There's a lot of ambiguity, and we are seeing that now. The World Economic Forum warned about this 7 years ago when it said that leaders will need to be able to anticipate some of these processes that are underway. No. The secret of change is focusing your energy on building what is new, to quote Socrates. So the idea is not to try to hang on to what is old, but to build something new. That is our greatest challenge. And that is something that the OAS has to grapple with. Change is being able to let go at the right moment. And we are experiencing a change in our era, in our time. Robert Shiller is a Nobel Prize winner in economics, and he said a few days ago that there are two pandemics. There's the natural pandemic caused by COVID-19, and amidst that, there is a health pandemic that is really a pandemic of anxiety that is caused by all of these processes, and we don't know the future of these processes. And these processes and inequalities may get worse. The Inter-American Defense Board has examined this situation. We are seeing that we are joined together in a way, and there are impacts and challenges. I'd like to briefly address some of the effects and impacts we are seeing now and in the future. One initial impact is the direct effect with political implications. All business, social, and economic activity has been paralyzed, and activities have to take place digitally, virtually, with physical distancing. That is why we are having this virtual meeting today. This is the case for universities and businesses. This is the new normal I was talking about. The other effect is for governments and how they manage and administer the crisis and how they can take charge of the crisis and offer appropriate health conditions to protect the population. We have had a lot of time to look at some of the models, and that is what all governments are trying to do from their own standpoints. Another effect is that this is a test for democracies in terms of governance and governability. And a few points come into play here. One is the level of political and institutional trust that we are seeing, and that depends on what was going on before this new normal. And that determines the level of trust. There's also the level of credibility of the political system. There's also the issue of weakness or deficiency of democratic mechanisms to address some of these processes. And we know that there have been delays in elections and other democratic processes. The levels of impact, and here let me summarize what's going on at the international level. We have seen a weakening of multilateralism, which is understandable because this is a global pandemic that has affected the entire world. First, there was an internal national domestic vision, which is quite natural, but now we know that there's been an impact on multilateralism. And Ambassador Charles has had the ability to make the transition to virtual meetings, which reflects a vision of regional multilateralism. Secondly, we've seen a disappearance of international cooperation as a concept that integrates us. We have also seen another impact, which is both international and domestic. This manifests itself in three ways. Borders are closed, and there is mistrust of neighbor countries. We see that some populations are moving, and many of these migrants have been victimized. We also see a strengthening of sovereignty that follows more of a 20th century way of thinking, and we'll go back to that later on. At the domestic level, there's a trend towards concentrating power. We see this in authoritarianism and populism, but this needs to be understood in a specific way. The World Economic Forum has looked at the issue of governance and governability. The second impact is the increase in levels of poverty and inequality. According to ECLAC studies, these may increase both for inequality and poverty. The other impact is the use of the armed forces and police forces in exceptional circumstances. These armed forces and police forces is something that we were looking at even 2 years ago. They need to be redesigned for the future because the armed forces and police forces, as we know them now, will no longer exist because of this type of impact. What are a few of the challenges that I would like to leave with you? These have to do with resilience. The challenge for the OAS is being able to create that bridge to change how we think and to bring in multilateralism in a positive way, because ultimately the OAS is the regional institution that we have and that we must uphold. Now is the time to take responsibility for creating that bridge to a new way of thinking about governance and governability, understanding that everything is going to change. Stanley McChrystal talked about the velocity and adaptability at every level and how necessary this is. Velocity and adaptability. I underscore those two concepts. This is what we have to look at right now. Velocity and adaptability. For the OAS, with this new multilateral way of thinking, is what will help the OAS take the position that it needs to in a scenario that needs a political solution and not an economic solution. Of course, there's going to be an economic impact, but the solution is going to be political in nature. There's going to be a new vision that is required, and this will apply to the OAS. Again, this is a process that is underway. The Secretary General has just begun his second term. And these multilateral processes bring us to this point. We need to design a roadmap with a vision of the future that is focused on socioeconomic development that is based on political guidance. And the OAS can be that platform that creates a consensus that allows trust to be established, one, and two, to create a space for convergence to design a 10-year roadmap, which is what we need to do for the next administrations and generations. We need to write a white paper, a roadmap for the next 10 years. There are white papers on defense and security, but we need to also have white papers that are a roadmap that explain the vision, a new vision of the OAS, so that countries have that opportunity. And three, using that roadmap, we need to create the right conditions for governance and governability, in the understanding that this is a political and methodological challenge that requires that countries come together. What about the future of security and defense? That is another challenge. Models have been changing, the models that we use to analyze security and defense. We have had models that we apply to these current times, but they go back 20, 30 years. Right now, political guidance needs to look at security and defense as they will be in the future. What does this require from political leadership? Political leaders need to take charge of this process and consolidate a process to create new spaces. I would like to conclude by sharing something with you that perhaps you've seen during this time of pandemic. This is how you write crisis in Chinese characters. And the second part means possibility. And I would like to leave you with that idea. There's the word possibility in this character, and I'd like to leave you with that because I think it is a call to action and it is a reason for us to be optimistic. I think that we have been called to action from a multilateral standpoint, and that is the idea I'd like to leave you with. Thank you very much, Professor, for that excellent presentation. I would now like to give the floor to delegations who wish to comment on any of the three presentations, the presentation by Lieutenant General Pena of the board, the presentation of Major General Taylor of the Defense College, and the presentation by Professor Pacheco. I now offer the floor to any delegations who wish to comment. I offer the floor to the Ambassador of Mexico, Ambassador Luz Helena Baños. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to both generals and to Professor Gaitan. The delegation of Mexico is grateful for these presentations, which explain the work that armed forces in our countries are doing as major players in addressing natural disasters and emergencies, such as the pandemic we are facing today. In Mexico, the Secretary of National Defense and the Secretary of the Navy have activated the emergency plans to strengthen the medical response across the country. Both secretaries have created spaces in their clinics to increase the hospital capacity for intensive care and isolation units for personnel. Thank you very much for these presentations on what the armed forces are doing to contribute. The armed forces of Mexico are carrying out very specific tasks in various areas, including the medical area. Mexico appreciates these discussions that we have had with the Defense Board and Defense College in order to address the needs of the emergency health crisis. Mexico has very closely followed the example that the Inter-American Defense College has offered in responding with solidarity to these circumstances and to carry out academic activities at the same time. We appreciate the quality of their programs, and we know that the college adjusted its work plans so that master's programs could continue uninterrupted. And the college has also shared timely information on how the pandemic has evolved. I feel very grateful to have this information during this time. I think this is a positive contribution to the Inter-American system so that it can respond quickly and appropriately to all of the challenges we are facing. The leadership of Major General Taylor has been decisive, and the college has been able to continue offering academic quality in its programs and has strengthened its studies and research on multidimensional security in particular, and the Inter-American system as a whole. Director, I would like to congratulate you, and I am very proud that your institution is constantly seeking academic excellence. And the idea is to train human capital that will be an asset for the hemisphere. Your presentation today, sir, has illustrated how important your leadership of the college is. I thank all three speakers for their very interesting remarks today. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those words. I see that you are actually a graduate of the college yourself. I would now like to offer the floor to Ambassador Fernando Simas of Brazil. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Brazil at the outset would like to express thanks to the speakers for their excellent presentations this afternoon. First presentation by the chairman of the Inter-American Defense Board's Council of Delegates, Luciano José Pena, Major General James E. Taylor, Director of the Inter-American Defense College, and Professor Guillermo Pacheco Gaitan. They have all spoken about resilience in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. The armed forces have worked to provide assistance in fighting the coronavirus in each of our countries. Militaries have built field hospitals, transported medical equipment, carried out lab tests, produced medication, and have helped the population in general in various types of activities. Some of these activities are not directly related to the traditional roles of defense that armed forces usually play. However, armed forces have been deployed with the same efficiency as always, so characteristic of soldiers. The Department of Foreign Affairs of Brazil has carried out initiatives to repatriate Brazilian citizens in other countries. There are restrictions on movement that have been implemented during the pandemic. On March 20th, the Brazilian Defense Ministry implemented a command center to fight COVID-19. This is based in Brasilia and coordinates and plans the use of the armed forces to fight the virus. There are 10 different centers that cover the entire country, and there are also air command centers. This is what we need most during the pandemic. We need to coordinate our armed forces. This is a significant ally in overcoming this very difficult situation. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those remarks. I now offer the floor to the permanent representative of Guatemala, Ambassador Rita Scioli. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Guatemala would like to thank the speakers for their presentations. The chairman of the Inter-American Defense Board Council of Delegates, Lieutenant General Luciano Jose Pena, and the director of the Inter-American Defense College, Major General James E. Taylor. We would also like to recognize the contributions of our fellow countryman, Professor Guillermo Pacheco Gaitan. This is a humanitarian and health crisis that knows no precedent, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so all bodies and entities of the inter-American system must work hand in hand in a coordinated fashion to respond to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and appropriately support member states of the OAS in their responses to the crisis. This response also includes the Inter-American Defense Board, which facilitates the exchange of knowledge and experiences to foster confidence-building measures, among others. And of course, the role of the Inter-American Defense College, which prepares and trains future leaders of our hemisphere in the areas of security and defense, as we have seen in the presentations this afternoon. Specifically, the college offers studies on specific threats and various disciplines that cover the threats we are seeing today. The government of the Republic of Guatemala is especially interested in cybersecurity and cyber defense. The Ministry of Defense and other ministries in our country have made efforts to implement our national strategy on cybersecurity. We agree that cyber issues are increasingly complex at the international level. That is why Guatemala is especially interested in continuing to strengthen its capabilities in this area. To do so, we are very interested in following up on a resolution of 2019 that asks the Inter-American Defense Board to work in coordination with other bodies and continue strengthening cooperation mechanisms for cyber defense. We are also pleased that the board held a virtual meeting to address the military challenges in times of crisis on COVID-19. This also helps foster the exchange of information and multilateral dialogue and promotes coordination and practical responses to the pandemic. Guatemala is pleased to know that one of our generals was also able to participate in that webinar. I would like to echo Resolution 1151, which was adopted in April of the Permanent Council. We would like to express our solidarity and recognition of the work of civil protection authorities, police forces, and armed forces, and their commitment and support on the front lines of the response to the pandemic. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those remarks. I now offer the floor to the Inter-American Defense College, Major General James E. Taylor. Are you asking for the floor, sir? Very well. I now offer the floor to the permanent representative of Haiti, Pierre Bonnet. Sir, you have the floor. Chair, The delegation of Haiti would like to thank the speakers for their excellent presentations and would like to use this opportunity to underscore the role of the Inter-American Defense Board and its work in writing a white paper on Haiti. Indeed, thanks to this support, we have been able to develop a security and defense strategy in the long term that will foster our development. This white paper focuses on defense and protection against threats, specifically natural disasters. Our president, Jovenel Moïse, has benefited from this white paper, and we are, as always, interested in helping the board carry out its commitment to defense and security in the hemisphere. Haiti is the vice chair of the CSH and is contributing to fighting these scourges that we face. The interpreter apologizes, but the original audio is difficult to hear. Yes, it's better now, says the chair. The delegation of Haiti values the contribution of the Inter-American Defense Board to maintaining peace and security in the hemisphere and reiterates its interest in the board's contribution to renewing the recommendations of the white paper. Haiti is the vice chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security and would like to find a way to make a contribution to fighting transnational organized crime, terrorism, and cybercrime, among others. Chair, the Inter-American Defense College, thanks to its support and high-quality education system, has provided many countries in the region with information on defense and security. It offers exceptional training. Indeed, for almost 3 decades, my country has sent almost every year some students to the college, and currently there are 3 Haitian students studying at the college, and there are nearly 50 graduates in Haitian institutions. To the director of the Inter-American Defense College, I would like to express my delegation's sincere thanks and on behalf of the Haitian diplomats who would be very happy to welcome you into the next chapter of your distinguished institution. Haiti has also had to face the coronavirus pandemic, as well as the challenges of climate change and natural disasters as the hurricane season approaches. However, Haiti is one of the most vulnerable countries in the region, even though its administration and government has limited the spread of the virus. In the context of the pandemic, Haiti wishes to cooperate with the member countries of this organization in order to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. The pandemic reaffirms the importance of having a multidimensional approach to security. It is necessary to take into account the vulnerabilities of small island coastal states, especially in the Caribbean, in the context of this pandemic. Chair, my country would like to reiterate its commitment to the values of the Inter-American system and renews its trust in our ability to create synergies and address the challenges, threats, and other concerns that we see at the regional level. Thank you very much.
La parole à la représentante permanente du Salvador, l'ambassadrice Lorena Sol-de-Poul. Madame l'ambassadrice, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Ambassador of El Salvador, Lorena Sol-de-Poul. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of El Salvador is grateful for the presentations that have been made by the chair of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board, Division General Pena, for also the director of the Inter-American Defense College, Major General James Taylor, and also would like to thank Professor Guillermo Pacheco, a consultant in security and defense policy. We thank the board for its cooperation with the states, and in particular for the advisory services provided in these times of the pandemic, where our limits and capabilities are being put to the test by the challenge posed by this health crisis, and which also is having a direct impact on our security systems. In that regard, in El Salvador, our security forces, police, and soldiers have become heroes who confront, together with our doctors and frontline health workers, this COVID-19 virus. Their tasks have been redoubled, and criminal groups could take advantage of this to increase their scope of action in El Salvador, while our security forces have been covering the border and also collaborating to enforce physical distancing, accompanying the tasks of our health personnel and distribution of food to the most vulnerable populations. The gangs or armadas have stepped up their criminal activities. This situation was quickly brought under control, and we are about to conclude the month of May as one of the safest in our history. Mr. Chairman, along with expressing our gratitude to the board, we also reiterate our full commitment to continue with our cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I see no other delegation seeking the floor. I'd like to thank the director of the Inter-American Defense College, the chair of the board. I'm sorry, I will now give the floor to the permanent representative of Canada, Hugo Aslet. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I think I had a small technical problem, but thank you very much. Good day to all the colleagues. I would like to thank the speakers, Mr. Pena, Major General Taylor, and Professor Pacheco for their presentations and for having shared the point of view of the Inter-American Defense Board with respect to the COVID-19 crisis. Canada values the contribution of the board in its role as military attaches to the OAS missions. Their role is essential at this time as we are facing the crisis with so many needs, calling on the armed forces to play a non-traditional role.
Forces have been deployed to assist medical personnel in personal care homes in order to assist and respond to the COVID-19 crisis. We also recognize the common challenge that many countries in the hemisphere are facing in respect to having their personnel deployed overseas and in areas of high risk for COVID-19. Canada is no exception, with over 2,000 personnel deployed on approximately 20 different missions around the world. So this was a very important conversation today, and we once again want to thank the speakers for their presentations, as well as the armed forces for their efforts in the hemisphere in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Merci, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur, pour ces commentaires.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your comments. I would like to thank the three speakers, the chair of the Inter-American Defense Board, the director of the Inter-American Defense College, and our colleague, the analyst Guillermo Pacheco, for your brilliant presentations. I would ask that if you could please provide a copy of the presentations you've just made so that the documents can be distributed to the member countries. Thank you all. This takes us to the next point, which is the statement of solidarity against the inclusion of Latin American and Caribbean countries in the list of countries with weak anti-money laundering and terrorist financing regimes, a list that's been published by the European Commission in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. This point has been included on the order of business at the request of the Permanent Mission of Panama. At the same time, the revised text of the declaration in the name of Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Grenada, Guyana, Honduras, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Panama, the Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago. And it is to be found in document CP/INF 8642/20 Rev 2. I will now give the floor to the permanent representative of Panama, who will make a presentation on this matter to the Permanent Council. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair, for including this item on today's agenda. As is a matter of public knowledge, a few weeks ago, countries from Latin America and the Caribbean, some of us were included on the list of third countries that have strategic shortcomings in the framework of their fight against money laundering and terrorism financing, which is published by the European Commission. This has happened amidst the largest worldwide health crisis in a century, according to which our governments are prioritizing the preservation of the life and health of our citizens and those foreigners resident in the national territories, at the same time as we are confronting the economic, social, and security challenges and the very measures of mitigation and containment of the that the COVID-19 pandemic has required that we take. All of this has required that we mobilize effectively in order to carry out the strategies that have been defined in order to show gains in this area. And all of these measures could have adverse effects on our economies, which is a matter of great concern. And so we are most grateful for the expression of solidarity from member states of the OAS to support those countries that have been included in the list through the following statement, which I will now read. The governments of Bahamas, Belize, Costa Rica, Dominica, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Panama, Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago, considering that the world is facing the worst health and economic crisis of our times, and that our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, has not been spared. That now, more than ever, international solidarity and cooperation are necessary to conquer this pandemic together. That on May 7th, the European Commission published a list of third countries with weak anti-money laundering and terrorist financing regimes, among them OAS member states, Bahamas, Barbados, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Panama, and Trinidad and Tobago. That these lists have a series of adverse effects on the economies of these countries, including considerably limiting the ability to access financial resources. That at present, the countries lack the capacity to mobilize themselves or to make effective efforts to demonstrate progress they have made in this regard in order to be properly evaluated and appreciated. Declare as follows. 1. that we appeal to the sense of solidarity and cooperation that has always inspired the member states of the European Union to evaluate this decision in the current context of the pandemic we are experiencing. That we call upon the member states to show solidarity with the Latin American and Caribbean countries appearing on this list, which has been issued in the midst of the pandemic. That we respectfully urge the European Union Council of Ministers and the European Parliament to object to this list at a time when the countries, like the rest of our region, are grappling with a serious health and economic crisis. That we reiterate the commitment of the countries of the region to continue working together to make financial systems transparent while fighting against money laundering and terrorism financing pursuant to their international obligations and consistent with international standards. Thank you, President, or Chairman rather. Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for those remarks. I now offer the floor to those delegations which would like to speak to this matter. I recognize Ambassador Fernando Simas of Brazil. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Ambassador of Panama for the presentation that she has just made. For Brazil, fighting transnational organized crime is a top priority. International cooperation in this area is even more necessary today, particularly mindful of the huge window of opportunity that the COVID-19 pandemic has opened up for criminal organizations, both domestic and transnational. While our focus is legitimately on a world public health crisis, we cannot let down our guard when it comes to fighting money laundering, which is a crime that is directly linked to drug trafficking, terrorism, human trafficking, trafficking of arms, and migrants and corruption. In the struggle against these, neither the struggle against these scourges nor our joint efforts can be let up at this time. Mr. Chairman, the consensus among public security policymakers that prohibiting access to illegal financial records or opening up access to financial records is the key tool for taking apart these criminal networks. And it's based on this point of view that Brazil stepped up its efforts in recent years against money laundering and against terrorism financing. Our focus in fighting money laundering has been interagency coordination at the state and federal levels and strengthening cooperation with partner countries. Brazil, which is a member of the Financial Action Task Force and the Latin American Financial Action Task Force, in 2019 concluded its fine-tuning its system for fighting money laundering and terrorism financing so as to be up to the highest standards and best practices internationally. It adopted legislation after a review by the FATF of its coverage and effectiveness. Brazil verified that it satisfies the highest standards established by the group. In the inter-American level, Brazil has participated actively in the group of specialists to control money laundering, where there is technical discussion of systems for fighting money laundering. We are not going to let down our guard. We are going to continue to endeavor in this effort. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the alternate representative of the United States, Mr. Alexis Ludwig. You have the floor.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I just want to reiterate several points that I've made in earlier interventions and in earlier meetings about our acute awareness of the nature of this crisis that all countries in the region are facing together, and its enormous economic and other implications. I want to make that clear from the outset before I read a formal statement that we'd like to have on the record with respect to this declaration, that I've had conversations with numerous colleagues in different member states, including the delegation of Panama to sort of transmit our hesitation and our reluctant opposition to the fielding of such a declaration in this arena. So let me go ahead and read this formal statement for the record. The United States is aware that the EC has released an interim anti-money laundering blacklist document pending the adoption of a new listing methodology, which was reworked in response to criticisms about its lack of transparency and robustness. We are also aware that some OAS member states are listed on the interim list. The Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, as it's stated in English, is the global standard-setting body for combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. FATF's membership includes Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Mexico, and the United States, and the broader global network is comprised of more than 200 countries and jurisdictions. FATF and the EU both work to prevent illicit financial flows in the global financial system. It is critical for the Americas and the OAS member states to strengthen their anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures for many reasons. We must all work to deprive criminals of the financial benefits from narcotics trafficking and transnational organized crime. However, the United States believes that the OAS is not the proper forum to take positions on the EU or the EC's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing policies. OAS member states should work directly with the EU or any EU member country on any issues concerning their individual financial systems. We believe this issue is best handled on a bilateral basis between the countries concerned and the EU. Furthermore, the issues arising in the EU list are not related to the coronavirus. They actually predate it by many years. And so they do not need to be discussed in the context of this crisis. These issues have been under technical discussion for years, and these discussions can continue remotely in spite of the pandemic. The OAS has important responsibilities to address in addressing the coronavirus in this region. And each of our four pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development. The OAS should focus on these areas and not seek to address issues where other international regional organizations have the lead. And moreover, the money laundering issue is squarely in the security arena and very much concerns us in that relation. OAS member states all have an interest in secure and transparent financial systems, maybe now more than ever, as we're reading about how corruption is flourishing and illicit practices are getting a blind eye from many. The coronavirus pandemic does not change this and should not divert our focus from ensuring that criminals do not abuse OAS member states' financial systems. Thank you for allowing me to read this into the record.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant suppléant des États-Unis. Maintenant, nous accordons la parole.
Thank the alternate representative of the U.S. and I now give the floor to Ambassador Noel Lynch, Barbados. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. It is important that in its role as a major contributor to the global dialogue on democracy that the OAS plays, it is important that this statement, which was part of a statement issued by the CARICOM community, be read into the records of the Permanent Council of this organization. The Caribbean community deplores the latest attack by the European Commission on the well-being of some of our member states who were named on May 7th, 2020 in a list of third country with strategic anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, AML-CFT deficiencies, and which would therefore be subject to enhanced due diligence measures by European Union states. This list, which includes 4 CARICOM member states, was published despite the European Council in objection to a list submitted for approval last year, concluding that the Commission's submissions was not establishing a transparent and resilient process that actively incentivizes affected countries to take decisive action while also respecting their rights to be heard. Impacted countries were neither informed nor consulted prior to this month's publication. The Commission's unilateral actions are therefore contrary to the principles of transparency and consultation reflected in the Council's conclusions, as well as in its own assertions about its revised methodology, which advocates prior engagement with third countries, as outlined in its press release announcing the new list. It should be noted that the 4 CARICOM states included in the Commission's list, one has been delisted by the FATF, the global AML CFT standard setting body, since February 2020. And the other 3 members had already entered into agreed action plans with the FATF, CFATF. Moreover, the Commission has published a list of high-risk jurisdictions, even as its action plan for a comprehensive union policy on preventing money laundering and terrorist financing is still being subject to stakeholder consultation that will conclude by July 2020. CARICOM member states continue to demonstrate their commitment to strengthening the AML-CFT frameworks and have actively participated in the CFATF's mutual evaluation process. The Caribbean community maintains its call for a uniform, fair, and transparent assessment process that is based on an inclusive multilateral framework. As a long-standing partner of the Caribbean community, the action of the European Commission is not in keeping with the collaborative and supportive relationship between CARICOM and European states. The CARICOM community, therefore, has called on the European Union member states to once again reject the Commission's proposal as callous and premature at this moment in time. Mr. Chairman, this is important that in a body like the OAS, that these statements be read into the record. As we have had opportunity to say in the past, what we need is not just the rhetoric of global solidarity. We need a global coalition for action that allows all of us to be treated equally across the globe. And there are members here, Mr. Chairman, in the OAS, strong member states that can add their global voice to these issues of fairness and democracy and multilateralism. And thank you, sir.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur, pour ces propos.
Thank you, Ambassador, for those remarks. And I now give the floor to the Deputy Ambassador from the European Union delegation, Ambassador Michael Curtis. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Leon Charles, Secretary General of the OAS, Mr. Luis Almagro, distinguished permanent representatives, fellow permanent observers and guests. I wish to first thank the Chair and the Permanent Council for the opportunity to take the floor. It is an honour for me to be representing the EU Permanent Observer Mission here today, and I would kindly ask you that you note this following statement for the record. The EU values highly its close relations with the OAS, and equally as important are relations with each and every member state represented here. We take note of the declaration voiced today and the concerns raised. To this end, please allow me to convey the following technical points regarding the EU's process as it relates to the subject. As already stated, on May 7th, as required under European law, the European Commission published an updated list identifying high-risk third countries with strategic deficiencies in their regime concerning anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing. The updated list is closely aligned with the list of the countries under increased monitoring by the Financial Action Task Force. As a consequence, the European Commission listed 12 additional countries on the EU list based on the FATF compliance documents as they meet the criteria set out in the EU Directive 2015/849, Article 9, Paragraph 2. In line with the international obligations established by the FATF, the consequence of this listing is that EU financial entities would be required to apply enhanced vigilance in transactions involving the countries listed, which in turn will lead to additional checks and monitoring of those transactions. Given the very exceptional and unpredictable situation arising from the coronavirus pandemic, the date of application of this list will only apply as of October 1st, 2020. The EU welcomes the high-level commitments expressed by those countries to implement the action plan agreed with the FATF to address strategic deficiencies and invites those jurisdictions to implement them swiftly. The EU will continue to assist third countries by providing assistance for supporting the implementation of the FATF recommendations. The EU is one of the leading donors in the world in terms of granting technical assistance on anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. It has already carried out many projects in this regard and is looking at supporting more partners to address these issues. Chair, I would like to close by saying that we appreciate the quality of our cooperation with the OAS and the member states of this body, even more so during these challenging times. Thank you once again for the chance to exchange views on the subject, and we look forward to
Thank you, Ambassador Curtis, for having taken the initiative to share that information with the Permanent Council. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the OAS for his comments. Thank you, Chairman. Problems of money laundering and terrorism financing, as well as the international cooperation efforts to fight them, have been with us for many years, and I recognize the commitment of all of the countries to make progress in this regard. There's no doubt but that money laundering and terrorism financing represent a threat to the economic stability of countries. But also, it is unquestionable that all the member states of Latin America and the Caribbean are making efforts to strengthen their policies and to seek assistance for fighting these scourges. These efforts have included seeking analyses and advisory services on policies, evaluation of the health and integrity of the financial sectors, strengthening institutions to bolster operational effectiveness, and sharing of best practices, and other activities designed to fight money laundering and terrorism financing. We recognize the right of the European Union to exercise its jurisdiction to address these problems. Now, there is a concern by the member states that in the context of the COVID-19 crisis, the countries lack the capability to take effective efforts to bolster and build on the progress they have made, which should be evaluated once the new evaluation tools in the European Union come into force. Seeing these countries on this list is unfortunate, considering the European Union publicly committed to engaging in conversations with countries that would be publicly implicated before putting them on this list. The capacity of our countries to respond adequately is limited by the need to appropriate resources for fighting the economic consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. The publication of the new country of high risk, new list of high risk third countries could have adverse economic impacts or consequences for these countries, particularly as regards flow of foreign investment and access to financing. The situation is particularly sensitive in the current situation when access to foreign investment and financing are more necessary than ever. We are pleased to hear the commitment expressed by the countries and the rest of the countries of the region to continue working together so that the financial systems will be transparent while fighting money laundering and terrorism financing in keeping with their international obligations and international provisions. In this context, we voice solidarity with the countries impacted, and we urge the European Union to engage in significant dialogue with the countries impacted so as to make sure that there can be an opportunity for a full and frank exchange of views before the coming into force of any measures. You cannot cut the thread at the thinnest end. We need to have a stronger commitment when it comes to resolving things. Punishing those who are guilty individually is most efficient. Cooperation actions will continue to be sought as our countries have committed. Our countries have not become rich by this. They are not better off economically with this. This is a reflection of structural problems, and significant efforts are being made to improve the situation. Clearly, it is this appeal to dialogue is necessary so that this matter can be resolved in a manner that is favorable for all parties. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Secretary General for those remarks. If there are no further requests for the floor, the Permanent Council takes note of all of the remarks that have been made. The next item on the order of business is the presentation of the report on the on-site visit to the Venezuelan border by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights from February 5 to 7, 2020, in accordance with the request from the Permanent Mission of Venezuela through note CP/INF dot 8642/20, or rather 8646/20. I now have the pleasure of wishing a very warm welcome to Commissioner Trotinho, the rapporteur for Venezuela of the IACHR. Commissioner, you have the floor. The interpreter knows that the original audio does not allow for interpretation. Commissioner, this is the technician. Can you hear us? Commissioner, we can hear you. Secretary Brown.
Secretaria Brown, lo estamos...
Secretary Brown, we're here and listening. Good afternoon. This is a presentation, and I will give a short introduction, and then I will give the floor to the Commissioner, who will present on the visit The interpreter notes that the original audio does not allow for interpretation. There is a great deal of interference on the line due to the microphone of the commissioner. Can you hear me? Asked the Secretary Bell. Is it working now? Asked the commissioner.
Le mute el micrófono. Germán. Ahí la vemos.
We can see you now. Great, I think I can go ahead with my presentation. Are you able to hear me? Yes, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Chair of the Permanent Council, Leon Charles, Luis Almagro, Secretary General, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here, and congratulations on your second term. Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, alternates, observers, ladies and gentlemen. As you are all aware, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights carried out an on-site visit from February 5 to 7 to the Venezuelan border. This was at the invitation of the Permanent Mission of Venezuela to the OAS. This visit was scheduled from February 4 to 7 to Caracas and Maracaibo. And we also visited a Colombian town that is on the border with Venezuela, Cúcuta. The Venezuelan authorities did not allow members of the commission to enter to carry out the visit. The Inter-American Commission objected to this treatment, and the president stated that it was inappropriate for the Venezuelan authorities to deny entry. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the points of contact of Colombia for assisting the Commission in carrying out this on-site vision. We know that many Venezuelans have had to leave their country, and we know that many people have been forced to leave, and this is due to the serious political crisis that is going on in Venezuela. The Commission was represented by the rapporteur, Esmeralda Arosemena de Trotinho, and Luis Montilla, and special rapporteurs were also accompanying her. I will now briefly present the visit, and the commissioner will present the main findings, and I will just add other comments as necessary. The interpreter notes that the sound for the speaker is very low and it's very difficult to hear. A formal invitation was extended to the Inter-American Commission to carry out this visit, and we indicated our availability. And we spent about 4 months preparing for this important visit. On December 30th, we scheduled the visit for February 5 to 7. But we knew that it would be difficult to carry the visit out due to difficult circumstances. We were able to get to the border of Venezuela, and on February 5th, we were in Bogota as well. And we met with members of Venezuelan civil society in that city. And then we were able to go to Cucuta, which is a border town. There was intense activity, and the commission was able to visit a hospital and other locations. On February 6 and 7, the mission attended various meetings with journalists in exile who are living in Colombia, as well as others who have had to leave Venezuela. The commission also carried out working meetings with various organizations of the UN, the International Organization for Migration, and the speaker's video is frozen and there is no longer any audio, notes the interpreter. No audio for the speaker.
Tradicionales con organizaciones que defienden los derechos de las niñas y mujeres migrantes y también buscó documentar el impacto diferenciado de género que tiene la crisis humanitaria. estuvo al alcance de la Comisión indica que en Venezuela
of the National Assembly. And these activities have intensified. We also know that there's criminalization of student protests and violations of various types. All of these acts prevent critical thinking that affects the youth of Venezuela, the development of future leaders, among others. Based on these observations during the visit, the Commission sent recommendations to the de facto officials in order to reestablish human rights in the country. The Commission reiterated its position to support civil society and this organization in order to carry out these recommendations and address these issues. Finally, on behalf of the Commissioner, I would like to draw attention to the importance of carrying out measures to protect the thousands of children and youth who have no outlook for the future in Venezuela due to the dictatorship in Venezuela. This has serious implications on the right to life for the next generation. And this is all being exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Commission passed a resolution issuing some of these recommendations. There is no longer any audio from the speaker. No audio for the speaker. I presented these findings on behalf of the Commissioner, and we are very grateful for all technical support for the Commission in its work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Paulo Abrao. I would now like to offer the floor to the delegation of Venezuela, who had asked for the floor earlier. Ambassador, you have the floor. Ambassador Taro. I'm not sure that he's able to enter the session.
The absence of the rule of law in Venezuela. The breakdown of the principle of separation of powers is evidence in the lack of judicial independence and in the executive acting beyond its powers, using the illegitimate notion of the so-called National Constituent Assembly. Due to the absence of an institutional system, the executive continues to exercise extraordinary powers and has extended the state of emergency without the approval of the National Assembly as required by the Constitution on more than 20 occasions since 2016. All of this in a context of systematic persecution of the opposition, which is characterized, among other things, by the militarization of public security, as the executive secretary indicated, the excessive use of force in repressing demonstrations due to undersupply of food, interruption of public utilities, and scarcity of basic goods. The Commission has also observed that there is persistent deterioration in the enjoyment of civil and political rights. Violent deaths continue to occur during demonstrations, arbitrary detentions, the jailing of opponents, improper restrictions on the right to protest, massive dismissals of public sector employees as punishment for their dissent, smear campaigns, and campaigns to harass journalists, opposition politicians, and human rights defenders. The use of the criminal law to punish and disqualify the work of members of the political opposition. In this regard, the Inter-American Commission found especially worrisome the attacks and persecution of members of the National Assembly. The Inter-American Commission observes how the Supreme Court of Justice has been overturning or annulling the acts adopted or decisions adopted by the National Assembly systematically, and referring its decisions to the public ministry or the prosecutorial authorities in order to see to it that criminal investigations are opened up against the legislators. Now, the so-called National Constituent Assembly has been lifting the legislative immunity of members of the National Assembly illegally. There is no judicial independence in Venezuela because so many judges have been appointed without following the legal procedures. Similarly, the Inter-American Commission observes with great concern the trial of civilians by the military criminal courts by using laws such as laws on treason. The militarization of citizen security has gone hand in hand with extrajudicial executions and the illicit and lethal use of force, as well as searches with no judicial order. The Inter-American Commission observes that in Venezuela, torture and cruel treatment is used systematically against civilians and members of the military who've been deprived of liberty. The testimony that has been collected suggests that there is a special cruelty against those members of the military who have been accused of being deserters or traitors. Those facts are serious violations of the right to personal liberty and humane treatment, as well as a violation of the prohibition on torture, which is well known in international law. Mr. Chairman, the Inter-American Commission has told us, and we've learned of this in earlier reports, as I said at the beginning of my statement, it just seems that now it is all the more cruel and dramatic. In addition to the foregoing, what the Commission tells us adds on to what we've heard about food insecurity, destruction of the health sector, exports of illegal drugs and mining and minerals, the corrupt and criminal regime, the lack of access to all public services. As the government of Colombia said, and rightly so, in a recent open session before the UN Security Council, and I quote, "It is a multidimensional crisis of colossal dimensions. Venezuela went from being one of the most prosperous nations of Latin America to a situation of profound economic, social, political, and institutional deterioration. Today, Venezuela is, as has been said, a failed state, comparable only to Somalia, South Sudan, or Libya, as has been explained on several occasions by the ambassador of Venezuela in this same body. In Venezuela, there's no territorial control by the state. It is not exercised by the legitimate government of Juan Guaido nor the usurper government of Maduro. The borders and an extensive part of the territory are run by the drug cartels, the criminal gangs, and the Colombian guerrilla groups, Islamic terrorists, and Cuban military officers. As a result of all the foregoing, the state uses emigration as a public policy. I quote a document that was recently presented by the Venezuelan mission that describes it dramatically, and I quote, "Its consequence is massive emigration, which answers to a deliberate policy of expelling members of the opposition through a process of spontaneous self-selection in order to carry out aggression against the democratic governments of the receiving countries. It is an ongoing act of aggression that steps up with the so-called Bolivarian groups, and this involves the active participation of Cuba to destabilize a significant part of the region." Mr. Chairman, having recalled generally what many of us have stated unanimously in the past in this organization, today I invite the states to reflect and remember and ask ourselves whether the Venezuelans are deserving of our solidarity and our voice in order to regain democracy and respect for human rights. Let us not be indifferent. Let us reaffirm the principle of non-indifference. And let us think about that Venezuelan people who today are suffering an atrocious dictatorship, and it was that people of Venezuela who opened their arms to the exiles and asylees from many countries that also experienced atrocious dictatorships. Thank you, Chairman. I thank Ambassador Ordóñez for that presentation. Before I give the floor to the Ambassador of Brazil, I would ask or invite Ambassador Gustavo Tarre, if he is available, to take the floor. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I'm having some technical difficulties here. I'd like to begin by thanking the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission, Mr. Paulo Abreu, and I'd like to regret the absence or the impossibility of the rapporteur, Esmeralda Arosemena de Troitiño, being able to address us regarding the on-site visit of the Commission to learn about the situation of human rights in Venezuela. From the time it was installed, the interim government has expressed its commitment to human rights. Therefore, the president in charge, Juan Guaido, requested at mid-year last year that this on-site visit be carried out. The circumstances of this visit are well known by this council, and they have been recalled in the course of this session. On February 4th of this year, a delegation of the Inter-American Commission got ready to board a flight from Panama City to Caracas. When they were about to board the plane, they were informed that the regime of Nicolás Maduro had rejected the visit and that they would not be allowed to disembark in Venezuela. In the face of that situation, the Inter-American Commission decided to go to the border of Colombia and Venezuela, as has been described, and to meet there with representatives of civil society and victims of the humanitarian crisis. The representatives of the Inter-American Commission visited Cúcuta, a city by the border through which more than 1 million Venezuelans have left the country seeking a better life. They visited hospitals offering medical care to the migrants. They exchanged information with the UN agency that is handling the migration emergency. The preliminary report that we've just heard is particularly concerning because Venezuela is a country where the institutions of the state are used not to defend and uphold the rights of the citizens, but rather to violate them systematically. It is a country in which anybody who makes the regime feel uncomfortable is considered an enemy and treated as such. This report includes reports of disappearances, extrajudicial executions, violations of fundamental human rights, such as the right to life, to health, to liberty. Absolute indifference for political rights, such as the right to democracy as established by the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the right to vote, the right to freedom of expression, access to information, among many others. As I said earlier, my country's crisis has been extensively documented. We are concerned, this is a matter of concern not just to the transition government, but also the population in general. We are concerned that this report might just be one more document given the great number or the mountain of documents, photographs, videos, etc. We have only two options, which is to forcefully condemn the dictatorship which has been responsible for such atrocities and to work constantly to put an end to the suffering of all the Venezuelans, or a position which we deem incorrect are those who prefer not to see, or even worse, to become accomplices of the Maduro regime. But there are events of the last few days. The Attorney General of the Republic, who has been designated illegally by a constituent assembly that does not exist, Tarek Saab, asked the Supreme Court to declare the political party Voluntad Popular a terrorist organization, which would, not only according to Venezuelan law, but also according to the way in which the regime operates and persecutes the leaders of this organization. They were the ones who put Juan Guaido forward as a deputy legislator of the National Assembly. And yesterday, the Supreme Court of Justice, spuriously in a decision lacking any legal foundation, ruled that to declare that the National Assembly is in contempt. It has made contempt a crime that does not exist in the Venezuelan Criminal Code, which has enabled them to jail mayors, to lift the immunity of legislators, and it is noted that the meeting of the legitimate National Assembly it constitutes the crime of contempt, and anybody who provides assistance, which is to say locales, or who disseminates the decisions of the Assembly, commits this crime of contempt or desacato and can be imprisoned. At this time, this situation is unfolding as we speak, and no doubt in this Permanent Council we will talk about that matter once again. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, we are grateful for the commitment and the tireless work of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in defending the human rights of Venezuelans. We thank the Sister Republic of Colombia for having allowed this visit to unfold in Colombian territory, and we also are grateful for the excellent remarks that we just heard from Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez. Finally, I'd like to reiterate my government's commitment to implement, in a future which we hope is very soon, the recommendations contained in this preliminary report, and all those recommendations that the Inter-American Commission may make going forward. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Brazil. Ambassador Simas, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the Executive Secretary, Paulo Abrão, for his presentation of the report describing the actions of the Inter-American Commission to protect and promote human rights in Venezuela. We harshly criticize the refusal to allow the members of the mission to enter Venezuela. On that occasion, we take this occasion to express our gratitude once again to Colombia for having received this atypical, historic visit at the Colombian-Venezuelan border. Brazil is monitoring the situation of deterioration of human rights and fundamental freedoms in Venezuela with great concern. In our opinion, the situation is tending to aggravate in the context of this. In the face of this situation, I would like to thank you for including this item in the agenda of the session, and Brazil would like to make an extraordinary contribution to the mechanism to monitor the situation in Venezuela in the amount of $10,000 in order to highlight Brazil's support for this mechanism, which we understand has had scant funding. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador, so much. We will now give the floor to the alternate representative of the United States, Ed Hartney. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check to see if you can hear me well.
Clear, loud and clear.
Oh, great. Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for including this item on the agenda of the Permanent Council. We appreciate the report by Paulo Brau of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights regarding its February visit to Colombia and the state of human rights in Venezuela. In the face of the current COVID-19 pandemic, the United States believes strongly that the United Nations and regional organizations should engage vigorously with civil society, particularly where governments restrict freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly and association, religion and belief and movement. We are pleased to see that the Commission is doing just that in the case of Venezuela, through its follow-up mechanism for Venezuela. Too often, in cases of crisis, oppressive governments use a distracted international community to further undermine human rights in their countries. And so, Mr. Chairman, it's more important than ever that we continue to support the work of the Inter-American human rights system as it seeks to eliminate human rights environments in OAS member states. Mr. Chairman, as a supporter of the Commission, by far the hemisphere's largest financial contributor, we welcome ICHR views on how to enhance OAS attention in the state of human rights in Venezuela, while also reducing Cuba's power in Venezuela and break the mutually reinforcing links between the two countries. We strongly support the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights appeal to Venezuela to comply with its international human rights obligations, as well as the efforts to conduct an actual site visit. Mr. Chairman, the United States also salutes the courage and patriotism of President Guaido and the Venezuelan people. As President Trump has said, the United States stands with the people of Venezuela and for their freedoms. The former Maduro regime is desperate, and they will try nothing to try to keep power, even attacking their own people. We've all seen the sickening videos of the former Maduro regime using tanks to ram into peaceful protesters. We're hearing stories of protesters wounded and even killed. The United States condemns these attacks on peaceful protesters in the strongest possible terms. And now, during a global health crisis, the regime has detained healthcare workers and independent journalists for presenting factual information about COVID-19 pandemic as it continues to be severely underreported the number of cases in Venezuela. We call on the UN and all regional organizations to join us in denouncing the former Maduro regime for this dangerous and irresponsible activity. Despite this brutality, such actions, as confirmed by the ICHR, will not silence the Venezuelan people. The people know the truth, that the disastrous economic and political policies of the former Maduro regime have turned a rich country into a pauper. We also emphasize the United States will hold Maduro and his henchmen responsible for the safety and welfare of independent President Guaido, his family, all members of the National Assembly and their families, and the peaceful protesters and the people of Venezuela. Let me be clear, the former regime's authoritarian actions are responsible for the worsening health, political, economic, and humanitarian crisis facing the country and the Venezuelan people. Now more than ever, as conditions for the Venezuelan people deteriorate, a peaceful political resolution, as proposed in the Democratic Transition Framework for Venezuela is urgently needed. With our democratic partners around the world, the United States will do all we can to support the interim Guaido government as it calls to the Venezuelan people by addressing the humanitarian and human rights crises, restoring democracy, and returning Venezuela to the fold of healthy, responsible, and prosperous nations. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président suppléant, pour cette
Thank you very much, alternate representative, for your remarks. I would now like to give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica, Ambassador Montserrat. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Costa Rica would like to thank the Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for the report that he has given. on the on-site visit to monitor the human rights situation in Venezuela, which was initially scheduled, as we all know, to be held in the cities of Caracas and Maracaibo. Nonetheless, it had to be in Cucuta, Venezuela, and virtually after the refusal by the Maduro regime to allow the commission to enter the country. Costa Rica laments that there is any obstruction put in the way of the independent work of the Inter-American Commission. As we have said, in this particular situation, it is typical of authoritarian regimes to close the door to international scrutiny when it comes to observing human rights situations. Costa Rica salutes the bravery and valor of the victims of human rights violations, as well as representatives of civil society organizations, as well as human rights defenders who provided information and gave testimony to the Inter-American Commission. Among the challenges that continue to be posed by the serious human rights crisis in Venezuela, we are concerned about the complex nature of violation of human rights of those who are forced to leave the country. Not only because of the political and economic situation, for this also involves victims of trafficking, displaced persons, and many older adults are being left behind. The use of social programs as tools of political control is a matter of concern. Likewise, intimidation against those who speak out on matters of public interest, as well as blocking web pages and alternative media outlets, as well as repression of social protest, which has been maintained through a permanent state of emergency, which is unjustifiable in a democracy. Costa Rica hopes for a prompt resolution, peaceful to and institutionalized and democratic to the crisis in Venezuela. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Before I give the floor to the Ambassador of Panama, I would invite the Ambassador of Canada to take the floor if available. Ambassador of Canada. Ambassador Adset, or do you yield to Ambassador Rolando Barro? Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to express gratitude for the timely report that has been shared by the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission, Paulo Abrao, and despite the technical problems, we are grateful for the presence of, but wish we to have been able to have heard from Commissioner Esmeralda Rosamena, and also we'd like to acknowledge the valuable work done during this on-site visit to the Venezuelan border. Mr. Chairman, we echo the rejection of any blocking of the entry of the Commission to Venezuela. Nonetheless, we highlight the commitment of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights with the Venezuelan people on seeking alternative means so as to carry out the monitoring of the human rights situation and the humanitarian crisis, which is serious and sensitive that is afflicting this nation. The Commission is an autonomous and independent body. Throughout its 60 years, it has sought to carry out the clear mandate to promote the observance and defense of human rights in the region. We take this opportunity to reiterate the support of the Republic of Panama for the very important work that the Commission has done through all these years to foster and support democracy and public freedoms in our countries. Mr. Chairman, the government of the Republic of Panama shares the deep concern regarding the serious situation that the Venezuelan people are facing, and we reiterate our solidarity with this sister nation and the more than 100,000 Venezuelans who have been received in our country and who day after day receive the support and human warmth that they very much deserve, and which they have given to Panamanians in the past who have had to go to Venezuela because of their circumstances. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, we give the floor to the Ambassador of Canada. Ambassador Adzet, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
In the efforts of the Commission to promote the defense of and respect for democracy and human rights in the Americas, and also welcome the preliminary report on its visit to the Colombia-Venezuela border in February. We've noted that the Commission has observed an intensification of the repression and the worsening of the situation of human rights, of all human rights in Venezuela, that's been compounded by a widespread humanitarian crisis, aggravated by the economic situation, which, as you know, has led to the forced migration of millions of Venezuelans. Le Canada est profondément troublé par les violations persistantes.
Canada is deeply troubled by the persistent violations of human rights by the regime against the population, and this has only gotten worse during the pandemic. There have been arrests and threats since March against citizens and members of the democratic opposition, NGOs, and Venezuelan repatriates.
Must be held accountable. And we welcome the Commission's efforts to monitor the situation in Venezuela. We also look forward to the issuance of the Commission's final report on this visit. Canada urges the Venezuelan authorities to facilitate the required access and protection of these bodies to carry out their duties. Canada will continue to work with our international partners, including the OAS and the Lima Group, to achieve a peaceful return to democracy and respect for human rights in Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. If there are no further requests for the floor, the Permanent Council takes note of all of the presentations that were made. The next item on the order of business is commemoration of the International Day of Families. Pursuant to the request of the Permanent Mission of Brazil in Note CPINF 8647/20, in accordance with Resolution AG-RES 47237 of the General Assembly of the UN, this day is celebrated on May 15th in order to highlight and promote discussion on family issues. We would like to thank the Permanent Mission of Brazil for having asked for this item to be included on today's order of business. The delegations of Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Guatemala, St. Lucia, and Venezuela have presented a joint communique on the International Day of Families in document CPINF 8653/20. I now offer the floor to the Permanent Mission of Brazil, Ambassador Fernando Simas, for his remarks. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank you for including this item on today's order of business, the International Day of Families, for this meeting of the Permanent Council. The government of Brazil is honored to have taken the initiative of bringing this item to the attention of the Permanent Council of the OAS. The Minister for Women, the Family and Human Rights of Brazil has made a special video, and I believe that we will have a chance to view this video in just a few moments. There's also the National Secretary for the Family of Brazil, Ms. Angela Gondra, who will give a presentation on this topic. And we also have the U.S. Special Representative for Global Women's Health and Principal Delegate of the United States to the Inter-American Commission of Women, Ms. Valerie Huber, who will also give a presentation. We would like to recognize Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, El Salvador, the U.S., St. Lucia, Guatemala, and Venezuela for their assistance in drafting the communique and co-sponsoring this document. The document was distributed by the Secretariat to all member states. Just a quick introduction so that we don't take time away from our special guests and presenters. I would just like to say a few words about some of the key ideas expressed in the press release. I'd like to underscore that protecting the family is a way to reaffirm the inherent dignity of our rights. And there is equivalent or equal co-responsibility of spouses. There is social protection for families. And we know that special efforts have to be made to prevent domestic violence during COVID-19. There are many individuals who are vulnerable. I'd also like to underscore the importance of public policies that foster family life that is balanced. Solidarity and respect for various members of the family. Number 4, we underscore that the situation of women must be appropriately addressed during the pandemic. There is a need for us to take a look at unremunerated work that women perform, especially in caring for the family. There are also issues related to parental responsibility, promoting tolerance, and all essential values, especially underscoring the role of parents and their freedom to make choices when it comes to educating their children. We also recognize the special needs of the elderly, children, and those who have disabilities, and that these individuals are often prevented from enjoying their rights. We also underscore the role that families play when it comes to promoting human rights within society. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for that information, Ambassador Sima. We will now see a video from the Minister for Women, the Family, and Human Rights of Brazil, Her Excellency Damaris Alves. I would ask the Secretariat to please screen the video. We have a national secretary for the family in Brazil. For the first time, the family is at the heart of many public policies. We are currently celebrating the International Day of Families. And this is actually a week for families. The families are at the heart of many of our public policies. This is also a topic being addressed by our National Congress in Brazil, such as strengthening the role of the family. There's also a conversation with Brazilian society on strengthening intergenerational ties. In this way, we are taking care of families within Brazil. We believe that families are a way to provide an answer to many of the problems we face today. A strong family is important for a sovereign nation. A strong family means a prosperous nation. More than ever in Brazil, we need to strengthen families. We are dealing with many issues in Brazil, and we know that some of the issues that society is dealing with today in Brazil are the result of issues that families have had in the past. In the past, some of these issues included policies that were related to families. Now, Brazil is focusing on protecting families, and we'd like to invite all countries in the hemisphere to join us in this effort. At this time, we are a pro-family nation, and I would like all of you to join us in this endeavor. Protecting families means having a strong nation, a prosperous nation, and a safe nation. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the Brazilian Minister for Women, the Family, and Human Rights of Brazil, Her Excellency Damares Alves, for that video presentation. I would now like to warmly welcome Ms. Angela Gandra, the National Secretary for the Family of Brazil. Ms. Gandra, you now have the floor. Can you see me? Is it okay? Can you see me? Good afternoon or good evening for some of you. I would like to say hello to Leon Charles and our dear Ambassador Fernando. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation and information. I'd also like to say hello to Ms. Valerie Huber, who has been a wonderful colleague. And I would like to recognize the efforts by the UN to recognize families, as well as efforts underway in various countries. Good afternoon. As National Secretary for the Family, I would first like to express my solidarity with all families who have lost loved ones, and all vulnerable individuals who are suffering from the current situation, which has led to unemployment and other economic difficulties. I would also like to address health professionals who have provided great service to save lives. Thanks to all of those individuals. I would also like to address families. Sometimes this issue is put on the back burner and not addressed directly. But in the current context, which is so difficult, we cannot forget to recognize families as the foundation. The crisis is affecting families, and therefore, we need to go from individualism and focus on the social sphere and families as a way to express our solidarity. Isolation means that human beings are having to pay more attention to a very fundamental relationship, which is relationships with their families. The government of Brazil has worked to strengthen family ties through a program called Strong Families. Family ties are needed to face the crisis in a positive and effective way. Every day we see, and we are more certain that human relationships and human rights are extremely important. And family plays a key role here. There's the work-life balance, educating children, and intergenerational solidarity. These are all key issues. But it is up to governments to create an appropriate platform or space so that families can play the role that they should play. This also can help eradicate poverty. We're looking for positive solutions that go beyond opportunism or pragmatism. We therefore reaffirm the most basic values of the family, starting with life, children, we have seen other initiatives and policies in countries that seek to strengthen families, and these are an expression of international solidarity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those remarks, Ms. Gandra. I would now like to warmly welcome Ms. Valerie Uber, the U.S. Special Representative for Global Women's Health and Principal Delegate of the U.S. to the Inter-American Commission of Women. Ms. Valerie Huber, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address the OAS Permanent Council this afternoon. And I also want to thank Brazil for its initiative to bring this topic to today's agenda at a time that really is so relevant for all of our countries and families. Today, I'd like to share how COVID has impacted the family. The COVID-19 pandemic really has changed our world. When it hit, we had a solid playbook to follow, but no plan is perfect when the virus is novel. We are still learning how this disease progresses and learning lessons how best to fight it. Americans throughout our entire hemisphere learned very quickly that our lives would change. Our routines would change. Families would spend much more time together at home. This provided some wonderful opportunities for family bonding and memory making, but often also came with some accompanying challenges. Some of us would begin working from home. Some parents would lose their jobs. For many, daycares and schools closed and children began homeschooling. Some family members would contract COVID-19, as I did. In fact, I just recently ended weeks of isolation away from my own family. I thank God that I had a mild case, but it was frightening nonetheless and caused tremendous worry for the rest of my family. Some family members live far from the rest of their family, and in my case, my children are spread across the country. It's easy to feel alone and isolated. Other families have lost loved ones and would need to begin difficult conversations with children about life and death, sometimes sooner than expected. Very early in the pandemic, we realized that COVID-19 would have an impact on families in the United States. Our president issued a series of guidance to slow the spread of the virus through social distancing, practicing good hygiene like covering coughs and sneezes, washing hands often, and cleaning surfaces that were frequently touched. Our Centers for Disease Control, CDC, pushed families to create a household plan of action, including a list of those to be in contact with in time of need, and even urged families to design plans to care for those who might be at greater risk for serious complications, making sure that families had weeks of medications and supplies just in case they needed to stay home for an extended period of time. The U.S. Congress passed and President Trump signed 4 legislative packages in response to COVID-19. I'd like to highlight 2 of those that most directly assist families. President Trump signed into law the Families First Coronavirus Response Act and the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act. Together, they would ensure that American families receive the strong support they need, providing nutrition assistance to senior citizens, children and families, and economic assistance to U.S. businesses, workers, and families, including easier access to unemployment benefits, tax credits for paid sick and family leave so that family members who are sick with the virus, quarantined, taking care of someone who is sick, and caring for a child whose school was closed will continue to be paid. The legislation includes child care assistance to essential workers and summer programs for children, and provides funds to prevent and respond to family and domestic violence, including offering shelter and other services for those who really need it. Recently, President Trump released guidance for opening up America again, a 3-phased approach based on the advice of public health experts in order to help states, communities, and families know how to protect against the virus while incrementally moving toward re-engaging with others, going back to work, and slowly getting back to what's really going to become a new normal. I can tell you that members of the Department of HHS team here started working around the clock to develop the tools to fight COVID even before the first case was confirmed in the United States. In fact, our scientists at the National Institutes of Health started working on a vaccine candidate on January 11th, the very night China shared the virus sequence. Just last week, as part of President Trump's Operation Warp Speed to deliver substantial quantities of a vaccine by January 2021, we announced new support for one candidate vaccine, which will be available, hopefully, as early as October. The goal is to have a vaccine as soon as possible so families are safer and life is a little more predictable in the future. And the faster a vaccine is approved, the faster the world can benefit from it. In the meantime, we know that many families around the world are struggling, trying to balance childcare, homeschooling, working from home. All those things can be difficult, and it can make it easy to lose patience with those we love. Uncertainty over employment and health create real stress and anxiety. COVID-19 can be scary for both adults and children. Many face emotional distress in times like these, so the U.S. is putting millions towards increased access to mental health care services, suicide prevention, and addressing substance use disorders because of the coronavirus pandemic. During COVID, families with older adults and people with disabilities, including children, have seen unsettling changes on a number of frontline supports. Schools and adult care facilities had to close their doors. Transportation services became less available. Congregate meal sites closed down. Even medical offices were sometimes shuttered to those most in need and most vulnerable. To address this, we've increased assistance for older adults, persons with disabilities, including finding new ways to serve people by delivering millions of meals through creative means, home and community-based supportive services, family caregivers, elder justice, and independent living. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is providing meals to students who no longer have access to school meals, and technology is being used to address isolation. As we quickly found our footing in the face of this crisis, many heroes have emerged to help families. Faith-based and other nonprofit organizations have met many needs in our communities to help families, especially those in greater need. Public and private sectors alike are coming together. On one Army base, staff gave out special bags to families filled with kid-friendly activities for children in pre-kindergarten to second grade, as well as boxes of free popcorn. In another area, a famous filmmaker paid for purchases of senior citizens at 73 different grocery stores. Places of worship delivered meals to families, and neighbors run errands for neighbors who have sick family members. At the most granular level, our families, whether here in the United States or in your own country, are at the epicenter for the COVID-19 response, prevention, compassionate care, and resilience. Families are the strength of our country, of our joint nations, and they will be our future as we all emerge from this pandemic. Together, working in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, we must continue to support our families, to keep them strong, and to build their resilience.
Presentation. I now offer the floor to delegations, starting with delegations who sponsored the declaration read by the Ambassador of Brazil, if you all so agree. I now offer the floor to the Permanent Representative of Colombia, Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez. Sir, you have the floor. Chair, I would like to congratulate all of those who took the floor before me, especially the Minister for Women, the Family, and Human Rights of Brazil, Her Excellency Damares Alves, as well as Ms. Angela Gandra, National Secretary for the Family of Brazil, and Ms. Valerie Huber, U.S. Special Representative for Global Women's Health and Principal Delegate of the U.S. to the Inter-American Commission of SIM, to the Inter-American Commissioner of Women, and also Ambassador Simes. We just heard the declaration. The U.S., or rather the UN, chose May 15th as the International Day of Families. During this time of a pandemic, the American Convention on Human Rights establishes that the family must be protected by society and the government. This protection and strengthening thereof is what our institutions depend on to a large extent. The Colombian Constitution reflects these principles and also states that the family is the fundamental nucleus of society. And the government has the duty of protecting the family. This is Article 44, which recognizes the fundamental right of children and to not be separated from one's children. There is a need to have family-focused public policies, as was underscored by the Minister of Brazil. This was an idea echoed by David Cameron during his time as Prime Minister. We must start by addressing families. There needs to be a so-called family test applied to all public policies. If a policy harms families, if it tramples upon the values related to families and prevents families from being united, then we cannot promote that policy. And again, that is a summary of a quote by David Cameron. In Colombia, we have public policies like Families in Action, Youth in Action, which provides support to families for nutrition, and other campaigns are underway as well. For the past decade, a democratic society is something that Mario Vargas Llosa published in a well-known column. He focused on corruption and institutions that must be supported by ethics. And these ethical values are taught in families. Families teach us a sense of solidarity, discipline, initiative, punctuality, and we learn these values, also the values of trust in our families. We also learn that rights have limits. We learn love and tolerance for others and the value of responsibility, forgiveness, self-sacrifice, brotherhood, virtue, among many others. Chair, a good summary of the reasons bringing us together today are those quotes that I shared. Again, family is the foundation for any institution. This is the foundation for our families, and our institutions are created within our families. Families play also an important role in educating children, educating citizens. That is why in the Constitution of Colombia, they also recognize the responsibility to educate that parents have. They have the responsibility to educate their children. And this is echoed in other inter-American conventions. Parents have the right to educate their children, also in accordance with their religious beliefs. Families still have important value in the economic crisis and health crisis that we are experiencing today. There are many questions that we are raising today. What are youth going to do due to the lack of jobs, due to COVID? How do we protect the elderly and children? How can we teach young people to care for others? Again, the answer is always the same. It's the family. And this is often the answer when society has to face an unexpected issue. Research has been done on the economic value of families and what they bring to the economy and the impact of families on the economy. We know that governments need to focus on families and the role that they play in the economy. We know that there have been crises in the past that have had other names. And again, we must go back to what is the most valuable, the home, which always protects us and our faith and our families. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Colombia for that appeal on families. I now offer the floor to Ambassador Salinas of Chile, and I would like to ask delegations, or rather remind them that we have 9 individuals requesting the floor, and we still have 2 items left on the agenda to cover, so I respectfully ask our colleagues to make shorter statements, if possible, between 3 and 5 minutes, and that way all countries and all requests for the floor can be honored and accepted. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Chile. Ambassador, you have.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to express gratitude for being invited to participate in this. For Chile, the family is the fundamental nucleus of society. The interpreter notes that the sound is quite poor. It might be too poor to interpret, but we'll make an effort. Support of the family is fundamental for satisfying many human rights. The idea of human dignity, democracy, and security find an important fount in the family. Members of the family value one another and support one another unconditionally, not by the merits of one another, but simply by being who one is, the son, the mother, the father, and so forth. In my country, studies show that what Chileans value most is the family. The family is the first front against individualism and the first refuge from the community. This, the key role of the family has been brought into to the fore in the context of this pandemic. It is the awareness of the value and potential of the family that led the UN General Assembly to enshrine today, the day that we are marking today. Again, the interpreter notes that the sound is quite poor for interpreting. States should guarantee the family through subsidiary action to solve certain problems. The principle of subsidiary nature means the state should not supplant the family. Conditions must be created for the family to fulfill its functions and to do so freely. In our view, the state should give maximum support and have minimum restrictions. There are articles of the American Convention on Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights having to do with the family. The states parties to the convention should seek more and better ways of shoring up the family. Greater efforts should be made to acknowledge the importance of the family. Finally, we state our profound solidarity with the families of those who have lost their lives in this pandemic. In this unprecedented crisis, so many have seen negative impacts on their health and so forth. The family is the first line of support and also means the family is directly impacted. Alleviating the suffering that families are experiencing today is fundamental for our states going forward. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Salinas, for your remarks. We now give the floor to Ambassador Carlos Jativa of Ecuador. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the delegation of Brazil for the initiative of presenting the joint communique on which my country is co-sponsoring in light of the importance of the family as an essential element of society, as the natural and fundamental space for children and adolescents to achieve their full development and to enjoy the rights in a context of liberty, dignity, and equality. I also value the valuable statements made by Mr. Simas and by Mr. Alves, Secretary Gondra, and Ms. Uber. The delegation of Ecuador, in keeping with international instruments, recognizes the family in its various forms. The state protects it as the fundamental nucleus of society, and it seeks to guarantee the conditions that favor the attainment of its aims on the basis of equality of rights and opportunities for all members of the family. The Ecuadorian government, in this view, has developed policies and programs to support families so as to improve intergenerational communication, such as education for parents and primary caregivers, education for parents as a tool for improving the well-being of children, promulgating measures to stop violence against children, and it is fostering non-violent forms of discipline and also guaranteeing legal status, including recording births and such. All of this with an intercultural and intergenerational approach. The health emergency brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and its collateral impacts have created challenges and threats to families with the loss of several family members, the impossibility of eking out an existence, consequent unemployment, and the inability of households to generate economic resources, all as a result of the restrictions that have been imposed in order to stop the spread of the virus. This situation has had a negative impact on the ability of families to carry out their activities in an adequate framework. And as a result, cases of family violence and gender violence have become aggravated, as well as the consumption and abuse of drugs and alcohol. In addition, domestic work and childcare work has become very precarious, and there's been a negative impact on the education system affecting in particular minors. The Ecuadorian government has taken measures to provide palliative measures in response to these situations. A contingency economic support to satisfy the immediate needs of so many families, and it has also implemented other programs to provide support, also through the Solidarity Basic Market Basket program. So many families have received support in the Sierra and in the Amazon. In the context of the health emergency, with a view to supporting the most vulnerable members of families, actions are being promoted to identify the needs and priority groups for attention, as well as groups living in poverty or families living in poverty and extreme poverty. The National Emergency Committee has adopted a protocol for articulating local systems for protecting the rights of children and adolescents and older adults in case of need if there's not any family support or family care at the regional level. And as indicated in the joint communique, it is fundamental that during the recovery phase, the specialized OAS bodies should cooperate with governments of the hemisphere in order to design policies for social protection and to support families, particularly the most vulnerable, where develop awareness about the problems that impact them, adopting policies to strengthen them, and to establish mechanisms aimed at fostering equal opportunity, equal labor opportunities, so employment opportunities for men and women, and also to achieve the full or integral development of children and adolescents in a violence-free environment. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation. I now give the floor to Ambassador Jaime Aparicio of Bolivia. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman, Distinguished Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Simas. I'd like to thank the Permanent Mission of Brazil and the authorities of Brazil and the United States who participated today for the initiative of including the International Day of Families, which was celebrated on or marked on 15 May in the Order of Business in today's meeting. In the uncertain world of today, valuing the family, that basic unit, as everyone has acknowledged here, is not only fundamental for sustainable development, as conceptualized in recent years, particularly by the United Nations, but also today, family networks and family protection networks have been among the greatest sources of support to go forward and to withstand this unprecedented calamity, the COVID-19 crisis. With the death of the ideological utopias which caused so much harm, we must now go back to the irreplaceable value of personal responsibility in our societies, and that individual responsibility is incubated in the home, which is the center of education, values, tenderness, protection, and solidarity at difficult times such as those that we are going through today. The International Day of Families is happening at a critical moment which affects not only our region but the whole world, with the consequent repercussions for public health, the economy, society, and the very psychological well-being of persons. The effects of these crises and these tensions falls directly on families who must confront the challenges of caring for the sick, children, adolescents, caring for the home, and at the same time continue with their employment and financial responsibilities. Therefore, in these days of great tension, it is more important than ever to protect families from the phenomena which unfortunately are still present in our region, particularly violence against women and violence against children. It is important to bear in mind all of these situations when it comes to creating social policies and seek to have the laws provide the greatest possible protection for and assistance for families. My country's government, like others, like other measures in the context of the crisis, has developed measures to help out those families who are facing any number of difficulties. More than $500 million has been earmarked to pay family allowances to address the complex economic situation that's been brought about by the pandemic. These allowances go directly into the Bolivian households. They include a market basket for all of those Bolivians over 20 years of age who do not have income, and also a family market basket bond for all of the elderly, as well as for families who have children of school age. This initiative taken by Brazil, and once again I thank Ambassador Simas, highlights the importance that we must all attribute to the family in this post-crisis or post-pandemic situation, which is going to hit hardest the most vulnerable families. That's a central issue, and speaking of the family means speaking of that reality. And finally, as others have done here, we'd like to remember all of those families who've lost a loved one and who have been impacted, if not indeed devastated by this pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador Aparicio. I now give the floor to the interim representative of Nicaragua, Ambassador Luis Alvarado. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Nicaragua greets the distinguished permanent representatives, the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, and the observers, and it thanks the delegation of Brazil for having requested the inclusion of this important item on the order of business for today's Permanent Council meeting. The government of Nicaragua joins the celebration of the International Day of the Families that has been instituted by the United Nations on May 15, 1994, when it was established that the family is the basic unit of social life and an important agent for sustainable development at all levels of society, and that its contribution is essential for the success of this process. The UN also recalls that the main UN instruments on human rights, social policy, speak of offering the greatest possible protection and assistance to families. Family has been ordained by God and is fundamental in the plan of creation. The family constitutes the solid core, the fundamental basis of our societies, in which parents have the sacred duty to raise their children with love and a rectitude, to see to their physical and spiritual needs, and to teach them to love one another, and mostly to be careful and respectful of the law wherever they may live. Happiness in family life is more likely to be achieved if it is based on love, God, and one's peers, when based on tolerance, non-discrimination, when one maintains the principle of faith, repentance, forgiveness, which leads to reconciliation, tolerance, harmony, and respect among citizens, societies, and nations. Families are seriously impacted by war, by what are poorly called sanctions or economic financial blockades, naval and military blockades, and constant threats to international peace and security. The increase in drug trafficking, terrorism, transnational crime, poverty, inequality, and organized crime. The consequence is the disintegration of the family, which will bring on persons, communities, and nations the calamities that have been spoken of by the prophets. In celebrating International Day of Families, the Vice President of Nicaragua, Rosario Murillo, directed greetings and an embrace to all Nicaraguan families on behalf of the President of the Republic, Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra, reiterating the Christian commitment of solidarity with Christian practices. And the Vice President stated as follows: this people of ours is a family-based people. We are from families. We are of community. We are of Christian fraternity. Even if they are trying to destroy that spirit, it's impossible. It's impossible because we are a people of the family. Let us celebrate our family values and our Christian values and values of solidarity. We are a people who know love, and however much one wants to instill sentiments that are not good or turning families against one another based on false information, here we have a model of family, community, work, peace, and security and tranquility for all. In the name of Jesus Christ and Lord All-Powerful, let us go forward. May He bless our path, the paths we walk every day. We grow up in love, in hope, and in a Christian commitment of solidarity. In this important celebration, we joined the message of Pope Francis, 15 May 2020, on the Day of Families, when he urged that love should grow in the family, that there be a spirit of God. In the homily, he said, faith in Jesus leads to happiness and freedom. He asked the Lord to give us the fruits of gratitude, evangelical gratitude, the fruits of, and to release us of all disturbances that we might face. In the Pope Francis prayed for the family that the Spirit of the Lord, the spirit of love, respect, and security may grow in the families. As was noted by Vice President Rosario Murillo on May 15th of this year, only a people of family values, of community, affection, respect, that we are such a people. We promote life at all times, and we defend Christian fraternity and solidarity. It is important for our Nicaragua that we live in peace, reconciliation, justice, and peace. And that is what the people of Nicaragua demand. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador Alvarado. I now give the floor to the interim representative of Argentina, Graciela Almada. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We hear you, ma'am. I'm having a small problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our first consideration has to do with the families that have been impacted by COVID-19. We have profound respect for all of those who have suffered or who are suffering at this moment some loss or who have a family member who is ill. Mr. Chairman and distinguished permanent representatives, including interim and alternate representatives, I'm going to ask for just a moment. I am having a small problem, but I am working it out as we speak. The Argentine Republic joins this commemoration of the International Day of Families. Second, I would like to thank the delegation of Brazil for having included this item on the order of business. The various ways in which a family can be constituted play a fundamental role, as it is a key institution for personal and social development, as a network for belonging, for reference, and for care. At each stage of life, various needs come up that need to be satisfied whether individually but also socially or in the community. This is done in interaction with society, and that is why strengthening the first nucleus of socialization is so important, that is to say the family, as a concept that has been redefined time and again in the history of humankind. Argentina has a broad interpretation of the concept of family. This interpretation is clearly conceptualized in the rules for implementation of the law and integral protection for the rights of children and adolescents, according to which family shall be family group shall be understood, well, family group of origin, expanded family. In addition to the parents, we also recognize persons who are associated closely with children and adolescents through lines of family relations or other members of the expanded family. In addition, the concept of family can be assimilated to other members of the community who represent, for the child or adolescent, significant and affective bonds in their personal history and in their development and their assistance and their protection. In addition, as is known in this room, my country believes in the existence of diverse forms of the family. At the Human Rights Council, Argentina set forth its position that considering the existence of same-sex marriage and the possibility of adoption for same-sex couples, which well, we believe in definitions of the family, including in the law, that respect for diversity. And so we would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Costa Rica for the historic step that it has taken this week with the coming into force of the recognition of same-sex marriage. Mr. Chairman, the family plays a key role in implementing public policies as the primary ambit for the social and full development of persons, for it is one of the spaces where individuals take on their identity and their values, seek and who define their close ties with affection. And this also contributes to their development in relation to work and intellectual development. With a cross-cutting approach, we must focus on the need to take in the human issues through a strategy of development focused on the individual, the family, and the social and community surroundings. My country would like to reaffirm today its commitment to continue working in the context of this organization to guarantee the human rights of all persons in the Americas. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the interim representative of Argentina before giving the floor to Ambassador Solano. I would like to make an appeal to the delegations to say that interpretation will end at 6:00 p.m. So after 6, there will be no interpreting. Ma'am, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Costa Rica would like to thank the delegation of Brazil for the initiative of marking the International Day of Families. And it's in the plural, as was established by the United Nations in 1993. There are different concepts of the family in the different there are different types of families, and as the delegate of Argentina has said, Costa Rica has lifted the prohibition on same-sex marriage, ensuring legal protection for families with same-sex couples, including with children. The Inter-American Accord, in its advisory opinion 1194, which was issued at the request of Costa Rica, indicated that the American Convention does not have a closed concept of the family, much less does it protect only a particular model. Families headed up by mothers, grandmothers, extended families, and extending the ties of uncles and aunts have all been protected. We have recognized compound families, and from that basis, one can assure the protection for single-parent families as well. The Declaration establishing this day also refers to equality between men and women, the participation of women in employment on an equal basis, and the division of responsibilities among the parents, which are essential elements of a modern policy for family. This recognition could not be more timely than at the times of the COVID-19 pandemic, when in many of our countries the economic recovery will depend on women. But we need to correct wage inequalities where women are punished simply because they're women. And also, we need to attack gender violence and family violence. Physical distancing that the pandemic has required that we adopt also has required that we take a look at the family more closely with all of its diversity and the special protection required by families based on a community of solidarity, as was said on establishing this commemoration. That best reflects the virtues and the defects of social well-being and development measures. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador Solano. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Mexico, Ambassador Luz Elena Baños. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Tomamos nota, hemos hecho ya más breve nuestra participación. México subraya la
Mexico underscores the need to recognize different families, including single-parent homes and families that are separated due to factors such as migration, same-sex parents, and families that do not have children. We agree with the idea that there is no single model for the family, and countries must adopt, or rather adapt, our cultural attitudes in order to protect families and human rights. So Mexico shares the approach of the UN in that it is up to families to have the primary responsibility of educating and socializing their children. It is also up to families to provide material resources to their members as a pillar of intergenerational solidarity. Family-focused policies play a fundamental role in helping families carry out their roles in supporting society as a whole. Mexico recognizes families as a fundamental nucleus of society, and they must receive support from government institutions. With regard to alternative families, Mexico fully agrees with the text of the Medellin platform. There is a need for greater equality within families, and there's a need for a clear roadmap to show where we must go to foster families that are free of gender-based violence. This is the central purpose of our work. All members of the family must enjoy their rights without discrimination. Therefore, Mexico seeks to bolster the rights of all groups in society. Given the historic discrimination and violence that we have seen within the family, it is important for regulations and public policies to address policies on families and to have a cross-cutting approach on human rights, gender-based perspectives, the interests of children, the interests of the elderly and individuals with disabilities, as well as other vulnerable groups or those who have historically been discriminated against. Within the OAS, we must continue to promote initiatives in this direction. At this time, as we seek to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, we have a real opportunity to transform the way that our economies and societies function so that we can foster greater equality for all. Mexico therefore believes that policies on families must be addressed in a cross-cutting fashion so that we can achieve the SDGs at the same time. We must focus on the well-being of families, and to do so, we need to strengthen social protection mechanisms that help reduce poverty and improve access to education and healthcare. Finally, on this agenda item, which has so timely to commemorate the International Day of Families, Mexico would like to celebrate Costa Rica's achievement and decision to legalize same-sex marriage and to recognize this historic milestone, which helps achieve more rights for more people in the hemisphere. Thank you very much, Ambassador Baños. I now offer the floor to Ambassador Hugh Adsett of Canada. Ambassador Adsett, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I do apologize. It took me a few seconds to take the floor, but I would like to start by saying thank you to Brazil for having asked for this item to be included on today's agenda. The International Day of Families is an opportunity for us to remember that there are all types of families in the Americas, and it is imperative that none of these families feel excluded. In Canada, the International Day of to fight homophobia and transphobia also focused on the essential support for families and focused on support for LGBTI communities. These groups are often discriminated against. In Canada and throughout the world, we continue to fight homophobia, transphobia, and other similar phobias, and as well as any discrimination based on sexual orientation.
The COVID-19 pandemic is having on LGBTI persons due to marginalization, discrimination, and other factors, including in some cases from their very own families. Governments must ensure that their measures to combat the COVID-19 pandemic consider these specific impacts on LGBTI persons and take into account LGBTI persons' needs in a proactive and non-discriminatory way. We're very proud to see that in the past years, several countries in this hemisphere have continued to take concrete measures to eliminate discrimination and violence against LGBTI persons. Yesterday was another important historic moment. Canada warmly welcomes the recognition of marriage equality in Costa Rica, the first country in Central America where same-sex couples can equally celebrate their love through marriage. This will make an important contribution to the objective of ensuring that LGBTI persons in Costa Rica are treated as full and equal members of society. We also recognize and applaud the work of LGBTI civil society advocates who work tirelessly to achieve this milestone. And we are very pleased to join Costa Rica and people everywhere to support the rights of LGBTI persons. Education, awareness, and dialogue effectively allow countries to address stereotypes and prejudice against LGBTI persons, and we encourage all the countries of the hemisphere to continue with these efforts. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur Atsett, de votre intervention.
If there are no further requests for the floor, the Permanent Council takes note of the presentations and comments made by delegations. The next item on the agenda is the establishment of the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solutions Framework Fund, MRRPS, and regulations for its operations, as well as consideration of the corresponding draft resolution, CP/Doc 5614/20, Rev 1. This item is included at the request of the Permanent Mission of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Panama. I now offer the floor to the Permanent Representative of El Salvador, who will present this draft resolution, which has already been considered in the CAJP. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, and El Salvador, we thank you for including this topic on today's agenda. This framework is a regional framework for countries of origin, transit, destination, and return, and seeks to promote mechanisms of shared responsibility in the areas of preventing and finding solutions for those individuals requesting asylum, as well as returnees who need protection. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the precarious conditions and vulnerability that many of these groups are experiencing. They are some of those who are most affected in the region and are in the greatest need of protection. This situation brings to us a series of challenges for countries of origin, transit, and destination. And they are putting to the test the ability of governments to meet the needs of their own populations, as well as the needs of displaced persons, asylum seekers, refugees, and returned and deported individuals in their countries. In response to these challenges, several countries, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Panama, have adopted the Declaration of San Pedro Sula. This was back in 2017, and the goal was to establish the MIRPS framework. In 2019, El Salvador joined this initiative, understanding that this asset provides a space for creating regional and multilateral solutions to issues that transcend our borders. The inclusive approach of this framework has involved regional organizations and international organizations, other member states, and cooperative partners, such as the platform of the Group of Friends for the MIRPS. This framework is a pioneering initiative and is part of a comprehensive approach to provide a response to this issue. It is also a concrete response that the region is providing to the Global Compact on Refugees. In 2020, El Salvador is the pro tempore chair of this mechanism and represents the 7 countries of the framework. And we are bringing this to the Permanent Council for its consideration. That is the draft resolution to establish a fund, a specific voluntary fund for the framework, as well as regulations for operations of this fund. This draft resolution was presented to the CAJP at the meeting of 30 April 2020 in fulfillment of the mandate established by Resolution AG-RES 2941, which instructs the General Secretariat to present a proposal for establishing a specific fund for voluntary contributions to support the activities of the framework in order to increase and strengthen OAS activities and also strengthen regional cooperation mechanisms in support of the Global Compact on Refugees. As we stated at that time, the draft resolution includes background on the mechanism, General Assembly resolutions from 2018 and 2019 on the framework, as well as an annex with the regulations for the operations of the fund, which is similar to how other specific voluntary funds are operated. It also includes information on shared responsibility and action and regional solidarity, which was discussed in November of 2019. We urged the OAS to take measures to establish and operationalize the NIRPS fund in accordance with the terms of the aforementioned General Assembly resolution. Chair, I would like to reiterate that today, more than ever, approving this voluntary fund within this council will fulfill a General Assembly mandate, and for countries of the framework, it represents a key step forward that is highly relevant and that will allow us to have a mechanism to raise funds to implement projects and specific actions that respond to specific challenges and vulnerabilities faced by refugees, asylum seekers, displaced persons, returnees, who are all vulnerable and are even more vulnerable due to COVID-19. In that regard, Chair, we express our thanks in advance for support of this draft resolution, approval of which will allow the fund to be established and will allow for its regulations to be set up. To member countries, we hope that they will be able to contribute to this fund to carry out these activities. We thank the member states of the framework for their ongoing support to this mechanism, to the Department of Social Inclusion and Access to Rights and Equity, and the UN Human High Commission on Refugees, rather. I would also like to inform you that yesterday, we learned that there were changes made to the English version by the United States, and all member states of the framework accept these changes, and that is the version that's being presented today, the version that incorporates those changes. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Ambassador of El Salvador for that presentation. As was indicated by the Special Representative of El Salvador, this draft resolution enjoys consensus already, and so I ask delegations if we are able to adopt the resolution at this time. If there are no comments, the draft resolution contained in document CP Doc 5614/20 is adopted. According to the order of business, I would now like to present for your consideration the minutes of previous Permanent Council meetings, CP/ACTA 2106 special meeting of March 28, 2017, CP/ACTA 2107 special meeting of March 29, 2017, CP/ACTA 2110, special meeting of April 19, 2017, CP/ACTA 2112, special meeting of May 5, 2017, CP/ACTA 2113, regular meeting of May 10, 2017. If there are no comments, the aforementioned minutes are approved. So approved. Colleagues, this has been a marathon regular meeting and we have exhausted all agenda items. I would like to use this opportunity to invite delegations to continue their informal consultations on defining the topic or theme for the 50th regular meeting of the General Assembly. As you all remember, we have a resolution approving the venue of the next GA, and we now need to have a discussion on the theme. I therefore ask delegations to do their best and continue working in that direction. I now offer the floor to delegations who wish to raise any other business. I offer the floor to Ambassador Solano of Costa Rica. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I know that we are all tired and this is the end of the day. So I would just like to read the communique of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica from 26 May. It reads as follows. Today, in legalizing same-sex marriage, Costa Rica, or marriage equality, Costa Rica is taking a key step in guaranteeing the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Costa Rica is the first country in Central America to grant equal status to same-sex couples and their families, the 8th in the hemisphere, along with 27 countries in the world. This progress is the culmination of a process that took several years, and the government of Costa Rica sought an opinion from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on May 18, 2016. The Inter-American Court accepted the request and on November 24, 2017, issued Advisory Opinion 2417 and concluded that it is necessary for states to guarantee access to all internal legal systems, including the right to matrimony, and ensure protection for all rights of the families that have same-sex partners without discrimination. Costa Rica has helped establish inter-American standards that serve as a guide to guarantee the rights of LGBTI individuals beyond its borders. The Constitutional Chamber of the Supreme Court issued a decision on August 8, 2018, 012782, and cited the advisory opinion of the IACHR and declared that it is unconstitutional to prohibit marriage between individuals of the same gender. In that decision, judges gave the Legislative Assembly 18 months to legalize marriage for all, and that timeline was fulfilled yesterday. Costa Rica has made it possible to consolidate rights for individuals of the same gender has strengthened its democratic institutions, and its firm belief in the rule of law, its commitment to international human rights law, its commitment to the inter-American human rights system, and its firm belief that no one should be excluded from social progress. This is a historic act, the result of many efforts and contributions of many individuals, civil society organizations, government institutions, the private sector, and many others. The Costa Rican government recognizes that same-sex marriage continues to be a topic of discussion. Therefore, in keeping with its pacifist and democratic tradition, it will continue to address this through dialogue, but without shirking its duty to commit to human rights. Today, or yesterday rather, many families and single-parent families saw a dream come true, and today Costa Rica is more fair, equal, and free. Thank you very much, Chair, and I also thank Argentina, Canada, and Mexico for helping Costa Rica commemorate this milestone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Solano, for that presentation. Before I close, I would like to inform delegations that the Chair is communicating with the Chair of CD to see what date we can organize a joint PC-CD meeting in June. And I am just sharing that information so that you can start planning your schedules. I see that no one else has asked for the floor, and I thank you all for your participation. This meeting is adjourned.
Est-ce que tout le monde parole? Non. Je vois le nom de l'ambassadeur Ativa. Ah non, mes excuses.